Welcome to 2023's Multiverse FunRaiser, the Ritter Rally. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're so excited. We have a great show. Please donate. This is for a great cause. Let me just play this little video pleading with you to part with your money. Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.theMultiverseFunRaiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting. All right, so we're waiting for our special guest for this panel to show up still. Jason Behr, we're just waiting for him to pop in. So if you're waiting for the big interview, just sit tight. For now, I'm just going to go through some of our comments. So, Craylee, if you want to pop some of those up on screen so I can say hello to some of our people. We've got my Phoenix sister in the background. So, hello, T. Hawkins. He says he's looking forward to this. I am too. Kristen Marie, our celebrity liaison, says, woot, woot. I hope you all are as excited as we are. Sophie Miller says she's excited. And Michelle says, yes. Then Sophie Miller says, hi, sis, to Michelle. And Michelle says, hey, yourself. So we got a little friendship going in the comments, which I love to see. Brenda Grover says, woot, woot, let's go. And Dave Mattingly says, I'm ready to raise some fun. Yeah, Dave, you got it. That's our catchphrase here, because we're not just raising funds, we're raising fun. And Back of the Cereal Box reminds you that during this broadcast, you can support our page by sending stars, which is a digital gift that helps us earn money and makes it easier to create great entertainment for you. Because, yes, we do this special event once a year, but Back of the Cereal Box is a podcast network, and we do podcasts year-round that include our flagship show, Back of the Cereal Box, which is it's our Saturday morning show that basically recreates the experience of watching Saturday morning cartoons in your pajamas and discusses all sorts of things that are happening in pop culture today. We also have Fanatic Forum on Friday nights, hosted by George Buehler, and George goes over whatever's on his mind in geekdom. Then we have Cryptid Crunch on every other Sunday night, hosted by Johnny Pica, Willow Schuyler, and Keisha Acuff discussing cryptid news. We have Cosplay Cafe, hosted by yours truly, Kelly Guentner, my Phoenix sister, Craylee Vanest, and the very talented Andrea Starnes. And we have we're every other Friday after George's show, and we have a different cosplay guest every episode centered around a theme. Craylee, am I leaving out? Oh, I am leaving out a show, Comic Books, The New Class, which is once a month, and that's hosted by Craylee and Ryan Permison, and they pick a theme and give you comic recommendations coming from the point of view of two people who have started reading comics in recent years. So it's a little more, if you are unsure of where to start, they give you an idea of where to start. But if you're an old hat, you're probably still going to find some new comics to love. Is that all our shows? I feel like we have so many talented people on the network that... Oh, Ice Cream Queens. How could I forget? The longest running show on the network aside from our... so we have Ice Cream Queens, hosted by the extremely talented DL Memphis. And, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget all the stage names of the lovely ladies. I know their real names, so... but Ice Cream Queens covers horror. That is every other Sunday night as well. And Ice Cream Queens is happening this weekend. It's kind of an after show for the Multiverse FunRaiser. So if you haven't seen Ice Cream Queens, stick around because you are in for a treat. They're amazing. I'm in love with all of them. They're gorgeous ladies. They know their horror. They're screen prints, like amazing. So thank you, Sophie. I have Sophie Miller says, love the Crash Down uniform. She has one too. Roswell was one of my earliest fandoms, so I had to represent my Crash Down fandom. Just absolutely love it. Hello, Carl Witzman. Good to see you on here. Brenda Grover is asking if we made our own or bought them somewhere. So I bought this on Amazon. I had made my own several years ago, but unfortunately that doesn't fit anymore because I'm not the same size I was like 6 or 7 years ago. But Amazon actually has really good replicas. I was pretty impressed. The only thing I can say in my review, my unofficial review of the Amazon Crash Down Cafe uniforms is you need to buy your own headpiece because the headpiece they send you is not great, but the uniform itself is great, and you can get the tiara and the antenna separately. It's pretty expensive. Hello, Fred Keir. And Crayley, do you want to hop on so I'm not talking to myself while we wait for Jason?
I am happy to hop on. I wasn't originally set to necessarily be a part of this panel, but I've been hovering in the green room, seeing if I was needed or wanted, because Kelly and I have a thing going with Roswell. She made me watch it. That's Kelly's thing, is she takes shows that have been off the air for a while that she likes, and she's like, Crayley, I have to talk about it. I have the same level of feelings I had as when it was airing. So then I end up watching Kelly's shows. Roswell was one of them, and we talked so much about Roswell.
So many feelings, because Crayley is a lot younger than me. So I'm like, Crayley, watch this. I'm still trying to get you to watch the reboot so we can talk, but I still talk through all my feelings with Crayley. I'm like, do you mind if I spoil you? We're going to talk about the reboot. I'm going to spoil you.
I mean, this show has been around for a while. We have a lot of people complimenting Kelly's cosplay in the comments. I'm not going to put every single one on screen because you all are amazing and so interactive.
I love you guys. Thank
Suffice
you.
it to say, I want to make sure that we get to like as many topics as we can. So
thank you all. Hello from the Netherlands, Sandra Aranhe. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I'm not, I apologize. But wow, that's coming from very far. Hi from Boston, Brenda Grover. Oh, I love that we're getting people from all over. That always makes me happy. Sophie Miller says, we became friends through Roswell. I love that. One of my closest friends, my friend Laura, and I bonded over our shared love of Roswell and Superman.
Mm-hmm. And Molly Daniels says hi to Keisha and Trevor, who are on our volunteer team, and you'll see Keisha's lovely face at various points throughout the weekend. Molly says she'll be popping in and out making cookies while she listens. Molly, bring me cookies.
Yeah, are you making enough to share with the class?
Right. Keisha at Acuff Creations says, don't forget to like, share, and support the cause. And we agree. Absolutely. Before I popped in, I made sure to share the event from my Pokeballs by Crayley page. So if you're into Pokemon and want to watch from that channel, you can. And hello, our guest of honor is here. So I'm going to pop out to make more room for the amazing Jason Behr. Jason, I'm so happy to have you here. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to go now.
Hello, Jason. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You need no introduction, but just in case anyone is curious, we're sitting here with Jason Behr as part of the Multiverse FunRaiser. So
this is amazing.
Yeah, I am so glad you could join us. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. They didn't tell me I had to download a different browser, so I'm a little late.
Oh no, I was wondering if something like that happened. StreamYard is touchy.
I feel like I should be in the Max wardrobe since you've got that on.
You know what? I feel like there was at least a few episodes where Max was wearing the t-shirt.
Yeah, I do think Max did. He did like his t-shirts, definitely.
The 2000s had a lot of the very basic wardrobe staples, and I'm here for that.
I'm still obviously attached to that for some reason.
It's a good look. It's a good look. You look great too. Like, my gosh, you haven't aged a day.
Oh, thank you. I think I woke up the other day and this was on my face, but yeah, but thank you. That's very kind.
I mean, that
That's very nice.
happens.
It does. It always happens like this around the holidays for me. It's sort of like Movember ends up into like runs into December, and then I just sort of like let it stay on my face for a bit.
December. I have never heard that, but I love it.
You can use it if you like. But truthfully, I think in my heart, I just sort of I'm waiting for them to like make the sequel to Revenant. This time, it's really, really personal. No, really personal. That's the one I'm looking for.
I love it. You know what? Hear that, Hollywood? We need a sequel.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm really excited to be here. I forgot to mention at the start of this panel that we're already at $160 donated before we even started airing.
Amazing.
So we opened up our fundraising link when we announced the celebrities. Okay. So it's been open since Thanksgiving, and I'm pretty excited that we've already got some donations coming in.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah,
it's a great cause. I'll end up donating myself as well. So.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's so wonderful. And that was actually going to be my first question is, Sandra Oranhe says Jason is one of the nicest guys.
Hi, Sandra. She's amazing. Aww. She's very kind to me as well.
Yeah, you've got a lot of fans out there. Once we put out your announcement, it went everywhere. Mm-hmm. Roswell still has some passionate fans. Not
yes,
some,
we
a lot.
Do.
Myself included.
Hey, Sophie.
So what is your connection to either John Ritter or the John Ritter Foundation?
I mean, I grew up watching John. He was one of the most talented physical comedians I've ever seen. Three's Company was something that we watched a lot in my house. And I know Jason a little bit and Melanie a little bit. But I just, they asked me to come on board and do this. And I was like, absolutely.
Well, I'm really glad that you did agree because obviously big fan. And
whereabouts are you right now?
Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Not too far from where I'm from.
Yeah. What about you? Are you still out in California or?
I am. I'm in Los Angeles right now, but I'm from Minnesota, which is just right across the border.
Right across the way.
Yeah. I gotta say though, it's been unseasonably cold here, and I do miss seeing that snow in Minnesota.
I can imagine. I would have to say that as much as I hate when it gets really cold, I would miss winters if I was elsewhere. If I was somewhere that didn't have 4 seasons, I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
It is weird. When I first moved out here, I'm going to click out of this thing real quick. It's just when I first moved out here around the holidays, I would drive around Southern California looking for like the leaves changing. And I would look for so I could just experience it just a little bit.
That's my favorite time of the year is when the leaves change.
Yeah, mine too.
So Brenda Grover wants to know if you're Jason, are you still getting all the rain? Is it raining a lot out by you?
I mean, right now it's glorious sunshine, which Southern California is, known for. But it was raining quite a bit, which I missed that as well. I mean, we need it here very badly in Los Angeles, but it's something that I miss. We have a dog now, and so we would just walk him out in the rain, just enjoying that. So. And
what type of dog do you have?
He's a German Shepherd, Wolfie. He just turned 2 yesterday.
Oh, so still a little puppy.
He's not so little, but he's definitely a puppy. I mean,
he still tries to stay in your lap, I'm sure.
What was that?
Still tries to stay in your lap.
Yeah. Well, our son's lap. They're like brothers, and so he just lays all over Atticus. It's very sweet to see. Yeah,
that's adorable. So
I love the fact that did you make that yourself?
No, I bought this one. I have one that I made myself, but it doesn't fit anymore.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Thank you.
Shiri has that hung up in her house, framed and hung up in her house.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Shiri has that outfit framed
Does
and hung up in
she?
her house. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that. I had the chance to interview Noah Wiley last year, and his whole house is like a museum to all his roles. And
I saw that. I don't have as much stuff as he does. The stuff that I do have is very important to me, but he seemed to, I mean, he took a sword, right? He took like Excalibur or something like
yeah,
that.
he even took the
Did-
floor from
He took the
ER.
floors from ER. Yeah. I thought that's a bold choice. It's a bold move.
Carl says Kelly always makes an effort to dress appropriately. Yes, I'm a cosplayer, so I got it.
Amazing. It's amazing.
So what's your favorite thing that you've taken from a set?
Friends, I think, honestly. You
Oh,
know, it's we're we're lucky enough to do this, and hopefully you're fortunate enough to work with some really amazing people while you're telling hopefully interesting stories. But I always seem to find myself gravitating towards one or two people from a show or a movie. But I've been lucky enough to like find myself surrounded by really lovely people. And so I can't say that it's true for all of my projects, but there are some people who are like Kimmy Coates is a lifelong friend. Craig Robinson, I mean, from movies and stuff like that. The whole cast of Roswell, we still talk very much, and the ones who are in Los Angeles, we get to hang out with. I know I mean, mostly I would say just like the relationships and the time you get to spend together and the stories you get from these adventures. That said, I do have some articles of clothing from Max. I have a couple of his jackets. I have three of his jackets. I've got a lot of his jackets.
ooh,
I've got the brown denim, or I'm sorry, the dark blue denim one. I've got
mhm,
two of his black leather jackets. I've got his boots. I've
nice.
got his jeans. I still sometimes when I go to put my jeans on, there's Max still in marker in the top.
So they're just like in your drawer. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing the '90s style back, right? I think I just never really
It
quite went
is.
out of that. Just kind of kept it going.
I like Carl says Carl Witzman says maybe you don't want to confess to theft. Like, no.
No, I think someone's gonna come knocking on his door soon. And be like,
After
"Excuse
that
me,
video.
Noah, we'd like that tile back for NBC."
Yeah. Crystal Casino says that answer. This is why we love this man. Yes, I agree. That was a very heartwarming answer. Just Crowley says Crystal is saying that about friends in the private chat, which I figured as much.
Yeah, I think I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff, but yeah, those relationships are the best.
And I feel like that comes across on screen. Like the most special thing about Roswell was the relationships between the characters. And while it's not a necessity, when you have a strong relationship behind screen or behind the scenes, don't you feel like that makes it easier to?
Yeah, I do. I mean, if you watch any of those, if you're able to find the gag reels from all the seasons, I mean, you can tell we're having just a blast. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna spending a lot of time on set together and sort of waiting to go up there and be in a scene. So it's those little moments between the scenes and that are really special.
I can imagine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you do what you love, it's not really work anymore, right?
Exactly. Though actually, I think if you do what you love, you work harder, and sometimes you care about it so much that it feels, but it's still good work. It feels good
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
yeah. There's something very rewarding about that.
So Michelle says it's so cool how connected you are online for the show and relationships between characters to mean so much than to
Mhm.
know it was ready. So I think she's just saying like the fact that you're so connected with fans online
Mm.
is really important to the fans, which is wonderful. Do you enjoy interacting with your fans online? assume the answer.
I'm a lucky man. We have tremendous fans for Roswell. They're very loyal, and they've been with us since jump. And they're wonderful when you meet them in person. They're wonderful when you meet them online. I've done some other Zoom stuff and been able to, like, some of them are across the globe, so I've been able to really interact with them through Zooms or through Instagram and stuff like that. It's been wonderful. I'm really lucky.
So Brenda Grover wants to know if we can talk about the Roswell audition process.
Oh, the audition. I was in Wilmington, North Carolina, doing another show for the WW called Dawson's Creek, and I had been a guest, and they were talking about making him a series regular, and the script for Roswell came into my hands. And at the time, it was called Roswell High. And so, it was this sort of magical blend of real emotional teen angst and, drama, with the metaphor of, this alien world and feeling like you're always trying to find your place in the world, and teen alienation and all that. And we had David Nutter, who was a sci-fi guy, who would come from X-Files, and then we had Jason Katims, who had come from My So-Called Life. So I felt like we were in the show was in really capable hands. It was really great hands. But it was that sort of bird in hand thing. Like, what do you do? But I decided to go for it. And I thought I really believed in the potential of the story. And the process was like anything else. You go in there and you meet. I was very sick when I met with Allison, who was the head of casting at Fox at the time. I was really sick. I had bronchitis, and I'd been working really hard. And so Jason and David decided to meet me. It was like after hours. My brother had to drive me. I was so sick I couldn't drive. And I read for David and for Jason, and you could just see their faces sort of like light up a little bit. And I knew that I was sort of onto something. And we sat and talked afterwards, even though I kind of kept my distance from them. But I talked to them for a good hour afterwards and really got a sense of who they were as human beings, as people, and both creatively and just in their lives. And I just was like, I really want to do this show with these guys. This would be amazing. And so I went in there and did the testing, and it was just me and one other guy for Max, and then a few other people for other roles. And then they told me that I got the part, and then they wanted me to be a part of the casting as well. So I got to read with a lot of different Liz's and a lot of different Michaels and Isabels. And we're having a hard time fine-tuning Liz. We needed somebody who had like both comedic, chops and also drama. And she kind of swooped in at the last second and was like, "Oh, that's Liz."
Yeah, Sherry's was she was Liz. Sandra Orange says Jason remembers a lot of funny things from behind the scenes. So is there a story you'd like to share? What's a funny moment that you remember from behind the scenes?
Oh, wow. I had so much fun on that show. And it was with everybody. Like, I can call to mind right now because I spent some time with Nick Wexler because he's in Los Angeles. Everybody else has kind of moved out of town. But I spent a lot of time with Nick. We did this one episode called Blind Date. And it's always hard to act with him because he's a terrible person. I'm just kidding. Because he's so funny that you honestly like it's a blown take every time because it's really hard to keep your shit together. But he was doing some stuff on that show that I know I ruined probably most of the performance because he would just do things off the cuff. There's a thing where like Sherry, Liz goes on a date with this guy. I think his name was Doug Shallow, and he kept on referring to him as Doug Shallow. And then somehow we finally got like in front of the guy, and Nick does this thing where he's like, oh, this is like, 65 pounds with like dripping wet, Greco-Roman wrestling, and you can't go there. And the guy sort of moved, and Nick was in the middle of laughing. He's like, ha ha ha, no. And he did it in such a way every time differently. I think we only had one take that I could actually use. And the same thing, like we were doing this thing where he comes and finds me and Liz in the Jeep, and we're spying on Michael's house, and he kind of comes up behind us and goes, Liz, what are you doing? And like he's so irreverent and funny and very, very facile. Like he's one of the funniest guys I've ever met. And working with him was both challenging and extraordinarily fun.
Oh, I love that. So Kristen says Lauren wants to know if you watched 8 Simple Rules for
Absolutely. I mean, John, I saw a lot of his movies as well. Skin Deep was something that as a kid I probably shouldn't have seen, but I did. He was just an extraordinary talent. That guy was just off the charts. But yeah, I definitely watched 8 Simple Rules. Yeah.
About this. So next question is going to be coming in 2 parts from Trevor Hawkins. So let's see it. So in an episode of Roswell, Trevor Hawkins says, in an episode of Roswell, there was a scene with you and Sherry where you were being honest about where Max came from. You pointed up, and she said, up north. Then you raised your hand higher. Mm-hmm. And was that scripted or impromptu?
That was scripted, because her response was, "You're not saying you're an alien." Like, so it was scripted. But it was just that I pointed. And I remember talking to David Nutter that day. I mean, like, I have this idea. I kind of want to be still in the moment and then kind of move my hand ever so slightly upwards. And the way that it was lit, it was gorgeous. It was in the band room at the high school, and we shot that down in Long Beach. The pilot was shot in Long Beach. And it was just beautiful. John Bartlett is the cinematographer. They spent a long time shooting this, like setting up the lighting. And Sherry was sort of like in the light, very angelic and very innocent. And Max had the light behind him, so it was kind of like surreal and very moody. And something just worked about that scene, but it was scripted that he points up, but I think there was something that happened on that day that was just a little more just magical, I guess. It's the moment that people usually ask me to do. It's like which is funny. But like we went out, Katie, my wife and I went out to this show. We're big fans of Brett Goldstein, who is on Ted Lasso. We love the show Ted Lasso in general, but Brett has this amazing podcast that Katie turned me on to. That we're just big fans of his, and he does some stand-up, and being in Los Angeles, we can actually go see stuff like that. So he did a show the other day at Largo in West Hollywood, and he had a fucking amazing, excuse my French, an amazing set. It was just brilliant comedy, just up and down. And had such a great time, and you could see that he could feel the room really responding to it. And the very end of it, he was asking questions, and I think the audience was surprised. Oh, we get to ask Brett some questions, and so they had some good ones that were interesting. But then at the very last moment, right before he walks off stage, someone goes, "Can you growl at me?" And don't make the man growl at you. He just like did this amazing set. I don't falter for it because the guy has an amazing growl, but it was kind of like, it's like, you could say, oi or fuck no or something like that. But yeah, the growl was pretty interesting.
That's hilarious. But yeah, I don't think I would ever ask anyone to do that. So Sophie
It is a
Miller.
unique thing. I know that like the people from what's the show on HBO? I'm totally brain farting on it right now. Succession. That they're always asked to be. They always ask them to like tell them to fuck off. That's like now that I get, that I understand.
That actually sounds like fun. I wouldn't mind if people asked me to do that. Just so
Yeah.
you all know, if you see me on the street, I will do that for you.
Hey, if you ask me, I'll say it to you. If I see Brian Cox again, I'm gonna go up and ask him to tell me to fuck off just because.
Yeah, that would be lovely. So Sophie Miller wants to know, what is your favorite Max Evans line?
Oh my god. Oof. I don't really know. He had some good ones. He had some good zingers. I think. Gosh, it's hard. I mean, one of them when it's in the pilot, she asks him like, well, why me? And he just looks at her and says, it was you. I think that's a good one.
That's one of my favorites too.
Yeah. No, actually, one of my favorite lines in the show is not my line. It's Shiri's. She says, she's explaining, I think, and it's also in the pilot. I think she explains in his eyes, if I wish I could see myself the way he does. And he says in his eyes, I'm beautiful, which is, yeah.
Yes. Their love story was really well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody wishes that they could find somebody who has that.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I said fuck off one time, but they wouldn't let me do it on the WB. So
damn it.
Clearly my favorite line, but
Yeah, well, the WB has standards and ratings.
I guess. I mean, they did have a frog that was their mascot. So how much standards do you have?
I miss that frog. That frog was
I
great.
do too. I do too. And what's really fun about that is that my son now will sing he'll sing the hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my right.
That's so cute.
And so he'll do like the Michigan J Frog, which is amazing.
Do you mind if I ask how old your son is?
He's 9. He's 9.
Oh,
these are actually not my drums. I can't play drums to save my life, but these are his drums. In my office right now, there's construction on the street, so it would have been a really, really loud conversation to have. And so I just like, okay, well, you guys can think I'm, a drummer.
Oh, my kids are a little older than yours, but mine are both preteens now.
So, how old?
They are 11, and my daughter's turning 13 in a week.
Oh wow! Did you have them when you were 8? Like, how does that work? You look incredibly young.
You are too sweet. Oh my gosh. No, I'm 40. I'm 41.
Well, you wear it well, and it's not just the outfit.
Bless you. I'm blushing now. So before I get too flustered, Trevor Hawkins wants to know, how is it working on the Buffy episode? Which I actually wanted to ask that too, because that's one of my favorite episodes.
Oh, thank you. That was my first real meaty stuff to do in network television. I'd had some small roles here and there, and this was like a really cool arc. And I had known Sarah for years beforehand, just because we had a mutual friend, and so I knew her, and I thought, oh great, I'll be able to play with my friend, and it was just one of those things where I was there like early in the morning, and I was there really late at night, and I was there for like 2 weeks. And I loved every second of it. It was just so much fun. It was really a sort of like pull behind the curtain kind of thing for me, because I did watch Buffy. I was a fan, and just to know like, oh, Okay, that's how they do the plates. You stand in there, you act like you're going to stake something, you freeze, and then they skedaddle out of there. They Scooby-Doo out of there, and then you continue on the scene. And so, and that was just, it was just a lot of fun. It was also like, just so much learning on set with that. And it was also fun because it was that fine line of like, there's humor to it. There's a lot of like, biting humor to it. No pun intended. But
I love it.
But there's also some serious drama to it. It was just so much fun. And like, it's interesting about those shows on the WB that at that time they had a lot of like talented people come through there.
Yes.
A lot of people have done Buffy and have gone on to do some really amazing things. And a lot of people with Dawson's Creek too, because I went from Buffy. I kind of like sort of like ran through all their shows at the WB. Because after that I went to Seventh Heaven.
Yep.
Where I played this guy who was paid to take Jessica Biel out on a date, which is like, I read that and I'm like, is this a dream sequence? Like, what is this? Like, I don't think she needs someone to go out. Like, I didn't understand it. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll do that. But so I did Seventh Heaven after that, and then after Seventh Heaven, I went on to do Dawson's Creek, and the guy who directed my very first episode, I believe it was called The All Nighter, where I was working with pretty much the entire cast. They came over to the guy that I played a character named Chris Wolf, who's actually apparently like a real dude, but like it was written after a real guy. And the guy who directed that was David Semel, and David Semel was like, which Buffy did you do? And I was like, I told him, lie to me, and he was like, I fucking love that one. That's like such a great episode. And I'm sorry, am I allowed to curse on this? Because I'm really having a hard time.
It's okay.
I should have probably asked that beforehand.
It's
but
fine.
If you have like just a second delay, you can bleep me out.
We're live, honey. We're live.
So
It's all good.
It wouldn't be the first time I swore on live TV.
You know what? We had Kim Rhodes as a guest last year, so you haven't beat Kim Rhodes' F-bomb meter yet.
Okay. So I don't feel that bad. But so David Semel, it was like he just loved the show or loved that episode, and then, which is really cool because David then went on to direct a couple more of the Dawsons, and then came over to Roswell and directed a few of those. So
He's
it's just
so
again,
talented.
Semel's amazing. Yeah.
So I just have to interject a couple statements. So first of all, if you're listening to the audio only, just know that we've put lots of comments on screen of people saying how much Jason means to them, how much they love his work, because Jason, you do mean a lot to a lot of people, and your work has impacted so many. And I also want to remind people, if you're just tuning in, this is part of the Multiverse FunRaiser. This is our first panel. I'm Kelly Guentner, and I'm interviewing Jason Behr from Roswell, Supergirl, and so many other shows and movies, of course. And we are raising money for the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. Stick around. I'll have a little blurb talking more about that and how important that cause is and how you can donate. Of course, you could also look at the bottom and there's a link to donate. So Michelle says, so happy to see you on Supergirl. What was it like being a hero in the DC universe?
It was really wonderful. I was a huge, Superman fan when I was a kid. I was the kid running around his living room with the red towel around his neck and jumping off of things that he shouldn't have been jumping off of, and have a few marks to prove that right here. But it was a lot of fun, and Melissa's she's so talented, but she's also just a good person. And she had just had her son, and so there's a little bit of a delay. They started shooting the season before we got there, but it was an interesting time because it was like right during the heat of the pandemic, and I got into Canada a couple of days before they shut down the borders again. So I almost wasn't able to play Zor-El because it was like I legit just got in, and then they were like, nope, nobody else can come in. And I wasn't able to leave either because of COVID. So, and I was like in the hotel. They had the quarantine for 2 weeks. People called me on my phone, like, "Are you in there?" And so, yeah. But I also, once I was able to leave the apartment, I was really conservative about it. I didn't want to be that guy who brought COVID to the set, to Supergirl, who is the person I'm working with the most, and for certainly not to her, her young son. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna just kind of just really play it safe. But and most of my scenes were just with Melissa, and it was she's just a wonderful person. It was great to play in the DC universe. I mean, like, one of those things, like, I actually got to have a super suit, made for me, and got to do a little flying around and, do some super stuff.
Did you get to keep the super suit?
That I'm not going to say, because I don't want anybody to.
You're not at liberty to say.
No. They were like, oh, no. We're going to wait until you place this in our hands when you leave. Because you never know. You never know. That DC world is definitely ongoing, and you never know who ends up showing up where. So,
well, it's very exciting to see you playing a different kind of heroic alien. And for me, as both a DC fan and a Roswell fan, I was like, yes.
It was cool. It was really cool because, like, one of the other things that was really fun about doing Roswell was you got to do a lot of stunts and sort of fantastical things. And one of my favorite moments on that show, there are so many, but a moment that is recalled to mind right now is there was a scene where Liz and Max go up and it was red for a reason, hang glider. And he sort of uses his powers to get the air going. And we shot this over at there's a dam in Los Angeles that we were on, and we had a giant crane hooked up to this hang glider. We're all strapped in very safely. But like the very first time they did it, they're like, in action, you kind of do your thing. And then slowly this thing lifts you up like that and then brings you over the edge. And you're just like, holy shit. It's so cool. Like, smile across the face. And like, it was just one of those really cool moments because it feels like you're flying. And then to be able to do that on Supergirl was also very sweet. A little bit different, not as exciting, but very sweet.
That's awesome. And I really, here we go. So I really liked seeing you show up in the reboot because it was kind of like you were passing the torch. So how did you come about connecting with your role on the reboot? Did they just call you up and ask you? How did you feel about that?
Well, I met Karina, who was the showrunner and creator of Roswell, New Mexico, at another very close friend of mine, Julie Pleck, who I've known for, for a long time, 24 years, maybe, I guess, I think it is now, just about. She was on Dawson's Creek. And when I showed up there, it was me and this other fellow named Greg Berlanti. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's
a little bit.
I worry about that guy. I hope he makes it. But so it was his first episode of network television was the show that he wrote, the All-Nighter. And so it was me and Greg and Julie was there, and we just really, and Mike White was also there as well. We just all really hit it off. And so I'm saying all that because what was the question you asked me about?
Oh, just basically how you got involved with the Roswell reboot.
So I went to a birthday party, and I was like, there are breadcrumbs here. I'm just not following. But so I went to Julie's birthday party, and I met Karina, and she was amazing, and she was just this this bright light, and just out of nowhere, they were like, well, we were thinking about possibly having you come on board, as the first of hopefully many of the old cast returning. And I was like, ooh, tell me more. And she was like, it's a really important role, and we're going to kind of tell it in this sort of Rashomon style, this sort of Kurosawa's movie, where it's from different perspectives, and so you can have a lot of fun with like how you play things, because if somebody tells a story from this point of view, it's played in a certain way, and then somebody else has some more information, tells it from this point of view, it's told from this point of way. So we sort of slowly unravel these layers of Trip Maines. We didn't even know his name in the very beginning, so I just thought, oh, that's really interesting, and what a unique situation to be in, a position to be in, where, you know, I've sort of got one, you know, foot in the past with Roswell, and then I'm extending my hand this way for Roswell, New Mexico. It just felt really apropos. I mean, they're two very, very different shows.
Yes.
And yet they still they share the same DNA. And so it just felt like what a wonderful opportunity to bridge those two worlds together. And for me to be able to do that, I just felt really honored.
Sophie Miller says, love seeing your portrayal of Trip. I agree.
Thank you, Soph. Thank you.
So yes, this is such a great question. So I cannot pronounce this username. I'm so sorry. It's MIIREYAA1 asks, what has been your most challenging role?
It's kind of I guess that's a two-parter. I would say, and this sort of doing the White Room for Roswell kind of queued me up for this. Because if I'm going to go back and talk about what was the most challenging one for Roswell, that would probably be it, just because it was a lot of physical stuff, like, and emotional as well, but like you really like, you know, screaming like that for hours on end is really, it's draining, and so not the most feel good you know, hour of television, but at least for me. But I did this movie called Senseless. There's a book by the same name that came out right around when 9/11 happened, and so it was critically acclaimed, but not many people watched it. The subject matter was pretty dark, and nobody needed that at the time. But I read it, and it's a really provocative piece. Stona Finch is the guy who wrote it, and he wrote in the style of Chuck Palahniuk, who did Choke or Fight Club. So it's really, you know, again, not really super feel good stuff. But the guy that I played, Elliot Gast, he's abducted on a business trip, and he's put into, again, a White Room, where his captivity is streamed for people to observe, make their own decisions based on whether or not what he did was right or wrong, and then take a vote as to what happens to him next. Ooh. So it's got a very political bend to it, but also it was challenging. It's called Senseless for a reason, because they're slowly but surely systematically taking away his senses for, you know, because they feel like he's guilty of something. And but it was also very rewarding, because they flew me out to Glasgow, and they brought me to the set. They're like, okay, we're gonna go to the set today, and I took this beautiful ride down by the river, and then pull off to what looked like a warehouse. And then they're like, okay, so we're here. And you walk into, it looked like in an old abandoned warehouse where parts of the roof were not there anymore. And it was not warm in Glasgow. I don't know if it's ever really warm in Glasgow, but there are pigeons still like roosting up there. And they're like, we just want to go and you can meet the crew, and we'll do a little rehearsal. And there was like 8 people. I was like, oh, this is your crew. So it was which is, I don't know if crews are usually fairly large.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, they're like much bigger than that. So it felt very like we're all in this together. It was very small and very like a very, sets can tend to be like family, with all the dynamics involved with that. And you tend to be in these, you know, close quarters for a long time, and you're doing, you know, hopefully interesting stuff, and then you usually sort of like go on to the next thing, and you hope that you can continue to connect with those people, but life doesn't always work that way, but you could really tell that these guys were all very close because they worked together a lot. And Simon Hind, who directed that, he and I are very close to this day.
Oh wow.
He and his family came out to Los Angeles, and then I had to go to Vancouver because my wife got a job, so he was going to come stay with us and hang out. But that movie was hands down the hardest thing because of the physical toll that it took, and the emotional toll, I think, too.
Yeah, that sounds like an experience.
Yeah.
But like you said, it also sounds like doing that episode, The White Room, prepares you.
Yeah. I was like, do I really want to do this for 3 weeks? I don't know.
Crystal Casino says, "Oh my God, The White Room, that episode gave me full body chills. You were so good. That was such a heavy episode. Like,
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you.
It was really well done. And you were so young when Roswell was filmed that was, yeah.
Yeah.
Juliana Tabanowski wants to know, are you in makeup when Ford was a vampire at the end of the episode, or did they use a stunt double?
That was me. That was also like my first foray into like what monster makeup is. Like, they brought me in, and I'm forgetting the creature effects the makeup artist is, but he's won Emmys and he's done very well for himself. But it was extensive. The amount of time that I had to be there for them to just do this one scene. I remember showing up probably around like 5 o'clock at night, and then spending a few hours putting that on my face, taking a picture, feeling really cool about it. Like, oh, this is different. This is weird. And then me waiting for the longest time. And it was the last shoot. It was the last frame of the night. I had to, they shot in Santa Monica at the time. This is where the stage is. And they put me in the dirt, and like, this must have been like 4 a.m, possibly. They put me in the dirt, put me back up. They said, and action. I jumped out, did my thing. And then they're like, and everyone go home. That was it. Hours and hours.
Like one take?
Yeah. And it was like, and get out. So then I just went, and then it took me a super long time to go and get the makeup taken back off. But that was my first foray into makeup, into that kind of stuff. And I've had it done a lot since. I did it for, I think the next time I did that was possibly maybe in Roswell. Yeah, in Roswell. I think it was season 2 when Max went to some facility and Morgan Fairchild's husband was dying. And they wanted me to heal him. And so it drained all of his energy, and he became really old really quickly. And then that's like when Max, died.
Oh, I remember that episode.
So they took me to this place in Burbank, and they did a head casting of me, which is where they put all this plaster around your face, and you just have like little straws in your nose to breathe. And some people some people find it very zen, and some people just don't and need their hand held if they can do it at all. But so I spent, again, all this time to get that stuff done. They did some visual, like some 3D stuff around me, and then they then I had the old makeup on. And come to think of it now, I've done old makeup in both the Roswells, because I had to do another one in the episode The Diner, where I played, a little bit older Trip. So yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Makeup's a trip though. Like I did this one movie that I worked with Stan Winston, who was just, a legend, is a legend, was a legend. He's not with us anymore, but I grew up watching his stuff. I grew up watching his movies, being inspired by them, being scared by them, and then being inspired again. And I did this movie where it was he had never done a werewolf movie before. And he had told me these stories about how he got into the whole monster makeup because of werewolves. And so, that was one of the primary reasons why I even took the job, because I'm going to be working with one of, my heroes, this legend, Stan Winston. And the first time we did the makeup on it, it took them about 6 hours to do it the very first time. Yeah. They whittled it down to about 3 hours by the time we were, in it a lot.
That's impressive.
Yeah, no, they just slowly but surely, cut away all the stuff that is not needed, or just get better at doing it. And I just remember, like, one of those things was I'm in the chair, and, you get there at about 3 a.m, and then they start going after you. And I just remember looking up, like peeking at him, at Stan Winston, just ear to ear grin, like doing the makeup on me like he's a 10-year-old. It was just a really sweet moment.
I love that. So we have time for one last question before we bring in the next panel. So what's your next project?
I mean, right now it's interesting about being an actor during this time. I haven't seen the inside of I haven't met a director in person for the longest time. I haven't done an in-person meeting with anybody. So it's all this sort of like weird, lights. Like my kitty went and did a self-tape the other day, and there's like a black curtain standing here. And so, yeah, that's what I've been doing lately.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but in my free time, because of that, I've been doing a lot of writing and all that kind of stuff. So sort of to express myself in that way.
So what type of writing?
I've got a few things. I have a movie that I've been working on that is sort of a coming of age story that is it's maybe sort of in the vein of Stand By Me. That is something that really resonated with me when I was a kid. And then I'm working on that Revenant too. I'm just really trying.
I'd watch it. I would absolutely watch it.
I too want to be in the freezing cold eating raw fish and whatever kind of other raw meat they throw at me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. This has been amazing. I've really enjoyed talking with you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Kristen says, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. A few other comments popped up thanking you for sharing our time. Do you have any parting thoughts?
I'm just so grateful you guys had me. Thank you so much. This has been quite a pleasure. I know that I can sometimes be very verbose, and so I'm sorry if we didn't get any more questions. As we were thinking about this stuff, I have so many more things about Roswell that were funny that came to mind, but we'll have to say that for the next one. And it's a wonderful thing that you're doing. I'm going to go right now and donate myself. So anybody else who's listening, please do so.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, we will have to have you back.
Anytime. As long as you wear that, I'll try to ground up some dig at some Mac stuff.
Yeah, bring out those jackets. I will wear this anytime.
Okay. Stay warm. Right.
Thank you, Michelle, since we all love the stories. Well, you have a great day. I'm going to play our little donation plea, and then I'm going to bring on George.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right, let's bring on George.
Hey, Kelly.
George. Oh, thank you for donating, Michelle. Bye.
How you doing, Kelly?
Good. Thank you so much for moving your time earlier.
No sweat. I mean, I was hanging out in the comic book shop all day, so transition from one geek culture to another here. So there you go.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen The Last of Us, so otherwise I'd stay for your. It's on my list.
I don't want to spoil anything for you, but it's perfect. So there you go.
I mean, I love Pedro, so.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the games, and my wife watched me play those games all the time. So, so she's a fan as well. But yes, we watched it. I mean, I was looking for it for accuracy and whatever else, and just how good the show was going to be, any changes they're going to make. And I mean, I would dare say there's not a better adaptation of anything I've seen in a long time. So, yeah. High praise. This is high praise. High praise. But we'll get into that later. Well, in the show here, don't want to spoil too much for you. But yeah.
So. Well, I will pop off. I will let you have the studio.
Okay, cool.
Well, I will be back in an hour to interview Amy Yasbeck.
I'm jealous that I had.
She's awesome.
I still do. I had such a crush on her, especially with Robin Hood Men in Tights. I'm a huge Mel Brooks fan, so I saw that movie in theater 6 times. Yeah, 6 times.
Well, at the very least, stay on screen and say hi to her.
I sure will. Yeah, I'd love to.
All right. Well, have a good panel.
Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So, yeah. As we were saying earlier here, we are doing the Multiverse FunRaiser here, as you guys may be tuning in here. If you haven't checked out the Fanatic forum before, my name is George, and I am a lifelong comic book fan of 40 plus years. I'm also big into TV, movies, wrestling, you name it. I'm kind of all over the place of my geek loves. So this is a show that's dedicated to all that. Each week I talk about new comic books and then whatever happens to be my topic of the week. And this week I got a couple of things to talk about here. But first, we got to play this. Well, officially, happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to the Fanatic Forum. I'm George, your Fanatic and host, and I hope you guys are having a lovely day so far. Thank you very much to Kelly Guentner and her wonderful interview with Jason Behr. I got a personal connection, not with Jason, but with one of his pieces of work, The Grudge, the remake of Ju-On. My first date, I was on with my wife. We saw that movie, not in theaters. After hanging out at a comedy club and dinner, we went back to my place and watched the movie, mostly. But yeah, so that was my first and last date with her. And of course, we've been married for going on 18 years now. So yeah, so that's a special place for my movie there. So, but good to see everybody there. Skylar, good to see you, dear. Ryan Permison, hello. Dave, all right, good to see everybody here. So yeah, so got some cool comics to show you guys here. Yeah, and then let me get this off here. All right. Yeah, it's been a busy day so far. Anywho, so got some cool comics to show you guys this week. And then we're going to talk about the first episode of The Last of Us. And then one more thing I definitely want to show you guys. Since we're celebrating the life and the career of John Ritter, and we're donating, one of my favorite movies of his is Stay Tuned. So we're going to talk about that. But stay tuned. All right. First off, one indie book I wanted to show off last week, but couldn't get a chance to because we didn't get it in just yet. But nevertheless, I got one here. Nemesis Reloaded from Mark Millar and Jorge Jimenez. I have been waiting for this book for a very long time. Originally, it was 2011 or 12, I think, when the original Nemesis came out. Very successful book for Mark Millar. Basically, we were dealing with kind of like an evil Batman throw in a little bit of the Michael Douglas film, The Game, for good measure, just kind of a little mix in there too. But just a tremendous book, very violent, very dark book as well. Many, many years later, Mark's finally doing not so much of a sequel, but kind of somewhat of a remake. I use that word loosely, but somewhat of a remake of this. But very off to a very good start. There is a revenge plot that Nemesis has against the city of Los Angeles, and we don't exactly know what that plot is just yet. But he's got a hate on for LA, and so he's going to cause a lot of death and destruction on the way. So highly recommend that one. Definitely want to pick that one up. Talked about the first issue, this one before, but we're going to celebrate some Mark Millar this week here. Nightclub issue 2. This is a lot of fun here. A young teenager gets in basically he's trying to do a stunt for YouTube, gets in an accident and breaks his neck, is in serious condition. While he's in the hospital, he's visited by a vampire who turns him and then basically tells him he's trying to put together a team of people to go out and fight crime, right wrongs, and whatever else. And basically this kid is the first recruit. And so naturally he goes and tries to recruit his friends to come along in this very strange journey here. So though it's got, a somewhat dark subject material, it's still a fairly light book and almost kind of comes off like a bit of a superhero book. But enjoying this so far. So, of course, you can't beat that price here. $1.99. When was the last time you saw a $1.99 comic book that was brand new? So, yeah, really liking Nightclub so far. So, Mr. Johnny, good to see you, sir. All right. Next up here from Vault, the third entry into the Barbaric series, Hell to Pay. This has been just unadulterated, very, very, trying to think of the word I'm looking for here. This is not your granddad's fantasy book. Let's tell you that. It's very almost kind of a punk, sort of feel to it, because it's, I don't know. It doesn't adhere to a lot of the natural rules of things. There's a lot of foul language in the book, so not safe for kids here. But it's a lot of fun. You've got your main hero, Owen the Barbarian, who is wielding a cursed axe, who talks to him, and the axe craves and drinks blood of any kind. And of course, the axe has got quite a personality itself. Then you come across basically, some other compatriots, along his journey, an old running buddy by the name of Steel, who has a dark secret himself that he may not be entirely human. And then a newer character to the group, a witch named Saros. And she's quite a feisty character herself here, but a lot of fun here. In the previous series, Owen was sent to hell. And so now Saros and Steel are trying to find their way to essentially rescue Owen. But of course, it's a fantasy book, so the journey is not going to be easy. Fun thing is Saros is wielding Owen's cursed axe, so Owen is without his axe in hell. But we get to the end of the issue here, and Owen's reunited with old running buddy. So it's kind of a happy reunion here, and you get to find out that maybe hell isn't all that bad of a place to be. So AC/DC may have had it right. You never know. Yeah. Dave's saying $1.99 for Nightclub is a darn affordable price tag. Yeah, it's really good. It really is awesome there. So, yeah, Johnny C, he also enjoyed it as well here. And rest, the first rule of Nightclub is do not talk about Nightclub. Well, you can talk about Nightclub if you want to. Go ahead. All right. Last of my indies here. This is House of Slaughter number 11. And remember, folks, you can't have the spell slaughter without laughter. One of my favorites here. But yeah, so this is starting up a whole new storyline. That's the fun thing about House of Slaughter. It's been kind of an anthology book. The first few issues dealt with Damon, who was in, we saw him in the first few issues of Something is Killing the Children. Then the next storyline essentially dealt with the Scarlet Masks, and kind of how, one of their, you follow one of their members, but you kind of see how the whole culture works with that particular order, because essentially they're not hunters by trade like the the White Masks, the Black Masks, and some of the other ones. they are more kind of the housekeepers and the documenters and the librarians and whatnot. So, but the one character in that storyline in Scarlet, he basically is sent out to kind of to do that the dirty work there. So it's kind of an interesting storyline, very surreal. This one, of course, is going back to an earlier storyline here, and so we get to basically see the Butcher's return here. Of course, he's a former hunter who's now in hiding from the rest of the group, and seems to be compiling children who have had these, experiences with monsters and, seen the horror firsthand, but he's trying to protect them from the order. So basically they don't essentially, get into the life he did, which basically is, monster hunting. And, it's not a nice business. Very, very horrific stuff there. So he's essentially trying to save them and himself from the rest of the order. But maybe they're going to catch up to him sooner rather than later. So very good stuff there. Coming up from Marvel here, got a trio of books here. The conclusion, and I'm sad to see this one go here because I've really been enjoying this storyline here. Issue 10 of Strange that Jed MacKay has been doing here. Of course, Clea is the Sorceress Supreme right now on Earth, with Stephen Strange being dead. But we've seen throughout the series that Stephen wasn't quite all dead. Yeah, he's right there. Here you go. Yeah, he wasn't all dead. So the lovers were reunited, and now basically Clea has spent the rest of the series trying to find a way to get Stephen back. And as we all know from our Marvel previews, coming in April, there's a new Strange series coming out here that Jed MacKay, thankfully, will be writing. And Pascal Ferry is going to be doing the art for that one. So with Alex Ross covers, so you can't beat that. But spoiler alert, the Doctor is in. So, yeah, come on. We knew that was going to happen here. Yeah, Dave Manley is saying the Doctor Strange comic has been very fun. I agree. I've always been a fan of, taking the traditional, tentpole characters of the Marvel Universe and putting them in unusual situations. This is a great example when Otto Octavius was inside Peter Parker's body doing the Superior Spider-Man run. Love that run. Infamous Iron Man, where Doom's running around in the Iron Man armor. Love that. Just, their Jane Foster Thor, all that stuff. Love the just, we've got our traditional characters, we've wiped them aside, and we're doing something different here, but we have the known thing there, the thing we recognize, we love already, but it's just a little something different. So, yeah, thoroughly enjoy that. So we got a little bit of a break on Strange for about a month or so, but I believe it's in end of March, early April was when the new one's coming out. So, yeah, very much looking forward to that one there. Dave saying Superior Spider-Man and Infamous Iron Man were far better than I thought they ever could be. See, there you go. Yeah, anything Doom related, I'm in. So I'm normally not a big Iron Man fan, though I did enjoy the previous Christopher Cantwell run, which is kind of like, kind of stripping down Tony, from his wealth and his tech and doing a little more, grounded storyline, even though he gets cosmic powers and fights Korvac, but nonetheless, it's a more grounded storyline. But now the current Jerry Duggan run's pretty good too, kind of taking a little bit off from the Christopher Cantwell run. So yeah, I've been enjoying that so far. But yeah, the infamous Iron Man run, you can't beat Doom in Iron Man armor. Next up on the list here, Avengers Forever number 13. And of course, this is part 5 in the Avengers Assemble storyline here. This one, of course, is dealing with the current Phoenix trying to get the Logan Phoenix variant basically back together, literally. Because we find out a little bit about how the last issue, Mystique, was this Dark Phoenix that had been recruited in this multiversal Masters of Evil. And then it turns out that basically she had taken her Phoenix power from Logan, who, as we know and seen in other variants, eventually becomes a Phoenix in a much distant future here. So Logan's been reformed here. We've got Thor's granddaughters, of course, doing their thing. And this is a great issue for those trio of ladies to shine. So love them in this book. But most importantly, though, we finally find out the identity of the elusive Avenger Prime. the person who has put all of this together to oppose Mephisto, oppose this multiversal Masters of Evil. Who is the person behind this plan? Well, it should have been obvious, but it's an old friend. And I don't want to spoil this one. So, yeah, just in case you guys haven't read this one, Avengers fans, you got to pick it up, because if you've been puzzled, like, who's this Avenger Prime guy? You had your ideas, you've had your, I even for a long time thought it was Wiccan, Billy Maximoff. But no, I was close, but not quite there yet. So there you go. John says your LCS did not carry this book this week, so you got to get Saturday the next town over. Oh, that's a bummer. Hopefully it is. So John says Avengers Prime is who I think it is. I don't know, Johnny. Who do you think it is? Let's see if you get it right. I'll wait. No? Okay. Okay, here we go. You are correct, sir. Yeah. Because you can't have an Avengers without a Loki. So, yeah. So there's a lot more for that to come, because Avengers Assemble is not over yet. But yeah, that's a great mic drop. But that's not the big thing, though, because there's more to come in that issue, and I'm going to leave that for let you folks read it there. So I spoiled one big thing, but I'm not going to spoil the other thing. So yeah. Last but not least, probably one of my favorite books of the week. Yeah, Punisher #9 in the Jason Aaron run. This has been a tremendous reinvention of the character, with having him be the fist of the beast, working for the Hand as their general, as potentially the reincarnation of the beast himself. The Fist have been trying to resurrect this demon for centuries. Maybe Frank's their boy. To basically entice him to come over to them. They're saying, oh, we'll work with you. We'll kill all the bad guys. No problem. Hey, on top of that, how about we bring your wife back? All that stuff seemed to work on Frank. He's getting further and further corrupted. Now basically going mano a mano with Ares, the god of war. You might think, there's no way the Punisher's going to win. It's a fight. Of course, as we know, reading with Daredevil as well, he's attracted a lot of attention within the superhero community, so Daredevil being one of them. But there's another group of assembled folks who they may have some problems with Frank as well. And so perhaps there's going to be a big team up to have to put this guy down, if they can. I don't know how far this is going, but this is definitely probably one of them. It's not an entirely far out book. That's the nice thing I like about this run. I mean, we've seen Frank Castle as an avenging angel. We've seen Franken Castle, but this is a Frank Castle we've never seen before. But he's also dealing with a power set and level that we've never seen before. But Jason's really doing a good job of grounding Frank still, and really kind of ingraining what we know about his origin, what we know about his life, before Vietnam, after Vietnam, and then before basically, before and after essentially his family was killed. Apparently there's a lot of other machinations going on that Jason's worked into things, and the way he's done that, the way he sort of reinvented the character a little bit, has just been very impressive. So yeah, highly recommend reading that book. Or even if you're not a great Punisher fan, this is still a really, really interesting twist. Dave's asking, any Punisher storyline will have a hard time topping his recent meeting with Moon Knight. Funny you should mention Moon Knight, Dave. Funny you should mention him. Mm-hmm. Here we go. How does Beast Punisher compare with Cosmic Ghost Rider? Beast Punisher has no sense of humor and is not insane. He is completely in control of his faculties. He has his stuff together. Cosmic Ghost Rider went insane and kind of went almost a little Deadpoolish. So it's a very stark comparison. It's two completely different Franks. But yeah, this is probably Frank at his most together, which is scary. With having all this power and control over an army full of undead ninjas, and also having his wife resurrected, and maybe possibly this is the book that kind of gets her, basically she's, with the program now, so to speak. So yeah, again, not much of a comparison there. It's very, very, very different people here. Last but not least, my somewhat of a recommendation, somewhat of kind of an interesting thing here. So my one pick from DC here is the DC Universe Lazarus Planet Assault on Krypton. Now, this isn't so much as a tie-in book as it is an anthology of things. Of course, the main Lazarus Planet storyline stems from the events of Batman versus Robin issue 3, where basically issue 4, where basically the Lazarus Island that they're on, the source of the Lazarus pits, where Damian and Batman are fighting after Damian has been basically manipulated by a demon. And essentially this is all a demonic plot to essentially resurrect this guy's boss, essentially. And in doing so, a volcano has erupted, and now all these Lazarus storms are blanketing the earth, affecting everything, especially if you are a tech-oriented or magic-oriented person. It's either canceling out tech, or it's really interfering with it, or just reacting completely different ways. And the same goes with magic users as well. So this, of course, is basically affecting John Kent, Power Girl, and of course Mercy Graves, who is the I guess chauffeur, bodyguard, what have you, for Lex Luthor. And so yeah, she is basically, there's a lot of changes going on here. Of course, we're with John here kind of maybe going back to a little bit of a throwback to what his dad looked like in the 90s for a brief period of time. So yeah, so it's some interesting stuff there, but it's, again, kind of it's an odd book. So I expect a little bit more of a cohesion and not essentially 3 separate stories of kind of Superman adjacent characters that are how they're affected in this whole thing here. So I'm kind of curious if that's how the rest of some of these other tie-in books go before we wrap things up in the Omega issue, and then we'll also get the last issue of the Batman versus Robin miniseries that kind of ties this all together. So we shall see, but there are a few questions I have. All right, we're going to take a short commercial break here to acknowledge our sponsor, Comic Books for Kids, but we'll be right back.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals. Every month, we add more.
Visit cb4k.org.
All right. Our main topic of the week, The Last of Us, which is the first episode is currently streaming now on HBO Max, based off the video game of the same name, released by Sony. As I was talking to Kelly at the top of the show before we handed things off here, I could not think of another more perfect adaptation than what we have before us right now. And this is only the first episode. Granted, the first episode is almost 90 minutes in length. It's like 80 something and change, but it will be the longest episode of the entire series. The other, I think the other 8 episodes of the first season will be about 45 minutes in length each. But yeah, just absolutely perfect adaptation from game to screen. Granted, there are a few changes, and I'll discuss those in a little bit. But just, I couldn't have been absolutely any more happy with this adaptation here. The tone, the photography of the whole series itself, the fact that a lot of the score music that was quite iconic with Last of Us is used throughout the series. Of course, it's a lot of very, soft kind of acoustic stuff where it's very kind of haunting, it not scary, but very, very haunting, almost sort of, morose, sad sort of music. Because if you're not a fan of the games, if you haven't played them before, spoiler, this is going to be a drag. This is not quite like Walking Dead. This is going to be a much more mature series, I think. A lot of tough decisions are going to have to be made in this stuff. And Pedro Pascal, who plays our main protagonist, Jake, is not a nice guy. He used to be, but if we see kind of the opening 20 minutes of the first episode here, this man has been severely broken due to the death of his daughter. Kind of the opening moments of this outbreak of this basically fungal disease that has started, changing people. And it's not quite like a zombie sort of plague, or it's not even it's a little more akin to like kind of 28 days later, 28 weeks later sort of thing. So it's, got a little bit different tone, but the opening scene of the episode really sets kind of a good, just gets us off to a great start, because it kind of almost gives you an explanation of what the outbreak actually is, the potential of what this could do, and then jump forward to, a few years later where it actually happens. And so we see just, the horror and chaos that this causes very quickly here. So, but yeah, basically, essentially what we're dealing with, though, is a kind of like a fungal virus, where that's the thing is that, if something fungal does, of that nature would come about, we're kind of screwed, because, we have some antifungal medications and, drugs that we use, but nothing on this level. This, of course, would start off with infecting, the elderly and the infirm and stuff like that. And then basically, the main goal of this disease, of this fungus, is to spread. And so that's literally what it does. And kind of even the method of how it's, spreads from one person to the next is really clever, because it looks like, it's kind of like a zombie thing where they're biting them, they're eating them. It's not really that. It's almost kind of like a transfer sort of thing, but yeah, so we're, see a lot of the chaos, a lot of the, the tragedy that's happening very early on. Of course, we've got, the brother, or sorry, not Joel's brother, Tommy, who's played by Gabriel Luna. And of course, you see, very early on, the good bond these two guys have. We know Tommy's a former soldier, possibly Joel is as well, but both these are very capable men. So that's at least, we have some sort of, comfort from that early on. But then, of course, they're, trying to escape, the traffic, trying to get out of town when things are starting to go down. And then essentially they're rerouted by military. There's a car accident, and, right then and there's, basically the soldier that kind of confronts them is ordered to put, all of them down. They try to get away. And unfortunately, Joel's daughter is killed. And that's kind of what really kicks off everything. Then we jump, flash forward 20 years, and now we see how the world is now, and we see how Joel is now. And this is basically, he is a man only committed to surviving, possibly being reunited with his brother, but for the most part, he's concerned with surviving by any means necessary. And in this new world, there's a lot of restrictions. There's a lot more do's and don'ts that we have. Of course, it's under the guise of protection for people, but it is, much more oppressive of the world here, much more akin to, kind of corrupting, because we see, Joel, and then he has a friend, Tess, who, seems like kind of a companion, at least not necessarily a significant other, who's played by Anna Torv. And I'm so glad to get Anna Torv back in a regular series, because I was a huge fan of Fringe. So I was really glad I'm going to be glad to see her back on a weekly basis here. But, so at least they're companions, so to speak, in this new world. But they're smugglers, they're thieves. And then the one major change is that Joel's a drug dealer. He's basically got pills to sell to the soldiers, He's got one in particular is kind of his, I guess, favorite customer, so to speak. But yeah, so that's a new, twist for Joel that wasn't in the original game there. So yeah, it's an interesting development there, but it also makes sense. But really, for the most part, that's our only difference between game and the series right now. So yeah, so again, I'm very impressed with that. But we'll get some comments here. See what we've got here. So Crayley's saying that she can't wait to watch The Last of Us. She was so sad she never got to play the game, but she's glad she doesn't have to miss out now. Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing, is it really, so far from what I've seen, there's not a lot of changes from game to what we're seeing in the show. So you're going to get a very true adaptation. So that's and that's the thing too. There's a lot of folks will sometimes want to say, oh, I want to keep my adaptations pure. Some people don't mind changes. This one, I think, is kind of a universal. Like, there really wasn't much that needed to be changed for this. These were very successful. There's only 2 games right now, but they were very successful and have been for quite some time, and really kind of a standard bearer for the Naughty Dog publisher who released the games, because you get such you get good action, you get some good horror elements and good gameplay, but the characterization and the writing is so strong, and the emotions, especially in these 2 games, are so strong. You're mad, crying, you're going through emotions while you're playing these games that you would not expect. And so yeah, it's just it's definitely a journey, that's to say. But a couple of interesting things. There's some old friends in this series here that I did not expect. For one, later on, when we kind of midway through the show, once we do the time jump to 20 years later, we start hearing about this group, the Fireflies. And possibly, are they a terrorist group? Are they freedom fighters? What are they? And then Joel and Tess are basically trying to get out of town, trying to get their truck to do whatever they're going to do. And it turns out, this person they know, Marlene, may be the leader of these, this group of people called the Fireflies. And they've got a special job for Joel. Because they've got this girl named Ellie who, for whatever reason, she's important, and they need to get her to Seattle, because that's apparently where the Fireflies are stationed, and seem to be having a little more solid base of operations there, so to speak, a little more resources, perhaps. I don't know. And currently, I think right now they're in Boston, so cross country journey. Yeah, so a lot of stuff going on there. But the interesting thing, though, is that the actress who plays Marlene, who's named Meryl Dandridge, she actually played Marlene, did the voice for Marlene in the game, in the original Last of Us. So, that was, as soon as I saw her on screen and heard her, I'm like, wait a minute. So that was a wonderful surprise. She is the only actress or actor that's been involved with the games that gets to reprise her role from the games on the TV series. But that's not going to be our only friend, because Nolan North, who did the voice role for Joel in the game, or both games, he's got a role that's coming up later on in the series, a completely different character. So I watched an interview with him when they were doing the premiere, and basically he was saying it was extremely surreal for him to experience the game in reality, for one, but then to also experience the game, from a completely different perspective. He's not playing Joel; he's playing somebody else who's involved, with the action, what's going on in this series. But yeah, he's not the main character, so very interesting. So but I was delighted that Merle's in the the series, and then later on we'll see Nolan come up later on. So yeah, very delighted about this. But we've got a total of 9 episodes are going to be in the first season. So like I said, the first episode's already out and streaming right now, and new episodes drop Sunday at 9. So if you're still using cable, you can watch it on HBO, or if you're streaming, you can watch them on HBO Max Live. And my wife and I, we watched the first episode as it premiered last week and didn't have any issues with streaming, and it was highly watched and highly rated. So HBO, thankfully, was ready for us. So I was glad about that at least. So, but yeah, this, like I said, just a tremendous show, really setting up some good, some good horror elements coming up, because right now we kind of, get a bit of our introduction. We see, maybe some later mutations of, people who have been infected. That's, the longer essentially you are essentially, I guess, infected with the disease, the more mutated you become, the less human you become. So we're going to see lots of examples of that, including the infamous clickers, which are creatures who hunt by sound. So yeah, stealth is the key to surviving them. But yeah, I can't wait for the rest of the series. It definitely feels like we're going to be covering the first game in the first season, and I have no doubt we're going to get a season 2 to cover the second game, because the reception, the ratings for this were there. I think it was out next to House of the Dragon, HBO Max's second highest rated series. So for a premiere, so yeah, it didn't beat House of the Dragon, but it got real close. So yeah, the audience is definitely there. This is an adaptation that video game fans have really been waiting for. There's so many times we've had video games adapted into film or series, and sometimes they've just been lackluster and half-hearted. Sometimes they've been very worthy tries. I think the last Mortal Kombat film that came out a couple of years ago, I think, was kind of our first entry. Like, okay, we can actually make a decent film based on a property and not be embarrassing. And then later on, Sony followed up the Uncharted film with Tom Holland. Again, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm a big fan of those games, enjoyed that film. So, we're now seeing that, much like with, comic books before, we are finally getting serious adaptations of the source material. They're being faithful, or as faithful as they can be. And we're getting some top quality material out of that. So you can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at that at all. So very happy about that. All right. Take a drink of water real quick here. Well, so I work at a comic book store when I'm not broadcasting here. And so we have a Whatnot channel. I was on there for about almost 3 hours today selling comic books. And then I'm on here talking to you guys. So yeah, I need some water. Dave is saying that a very good comic to streaming adaptation from last year's Paper Girls. Yeah, I would agree, Dave. That's currently streaming on Amazon Prime right now. Unfortunately, it's not going to get a second season. It was canceled after its first, which is too bad, because this has kind of like a less gimmicky Stranger Things sort of feel, because you are dealing with a bit of like time and dimensional travel, with also basically a retro throwback, with a bit of a mystery as well, too. But of course, the fun thing is that all the girls who are the lead characters, they're all paper delivery people. So that's kind of the thing that all reunites them. They're friends. Then they get embroiled in some wacky stuff here. But yeah, but I would agree. That was a really good comic to streaming adaptation there. So, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot of stuff in the near future. I know, of course, Mark Millar still has a deal with Netflix, so we're going to see some more of his work being adapted into series or movies or whatever else, where we're getting another season of Neil Gaiman's Sandman series, even though they don't want to call it a season 2, because it's maybe more like a book 2 or something like that. But what we do know is we're getting more episodes into the Neil Gaiman Sandman series from Netflix, and I don't know about you guys, but that was fantastic. And I'm not a big Sandman fan, but that's good stuff. Great gothic, horror drama sort of thing like that. General weirdness. Yeah, that was beautiful stuff. All right, so wrapping things up here. Since again, we are doing the Multiverse FunRaiser here. We're doing donations for the John Ritter Aortic Health Foundation here. I got to talk about one of my all-time favorite John Ritter movies here, 1992's Stay Tuned. Yeah. Love this one here. you guys know, or anybody who's watched the Fanatic forum, I'm a huge Weird Al fan. Of course, I'm wearing my supplies. One of my favorite jokes in the movie. Anyway, this is a great double feature with UHF, because while it's is not a direct parody of film and TV, there is a huge part of that in the movie here. Basically what this is that Helen and Ray are a married couple with children. Helen played by Pam Dauber from famously from Mork and Mindy, and of course Ray is played by John Ritter. They're definitely having some problems here. Maybe Ray's a little bit too much of a TV junkie. He would much rather just sit in front of the boob tube, consuming 47 channels and nothing on, sort of thing like that. Again, they're having some marital troubles because of this. And then one fateful night, Jeffrey Jones, a very dapperly dressed Jeffrey Jones, shows up to Ray's front door with an offer he can't refuse for this crazy huge television with 600 plus channels of all kinds of stuff he wants there, and it's free. Well, you can't beat that. Come on. So, he gets this thing installed, gets the satellite installed, everything like that. And what he starts watching isn't the shows and movies he's normally used to. There seems to be kind of a connection to things. There's a lot of dead people in there, or maybe people who are currently living in the afterlife. Just some very, very weird stuff. But again, just not according to Hoyle television stuff here, but still seems entertaining, but just a little weird. But then apparently there's some interference going on. So Ray goes out to check the satellite and gets sucked up into the satellite. And of course, just in time, Helen shows up, starts arguing with him over the new TV and the new satellite, and she gets sucked up in the satellite as well. And so now they're both basically in hell, stuck in this TV film world, and they're going to have to basically jump from channel to channel, show to show, acting out what they're supposed to be doing, trying to survive. And if they get through the night, they get to go back home. So it's apparently some sort of deal that's basically because Jeffrey Jones, is a upper level demon, but he's, not the big demon. So he's looking for souls and trying to garner favor with the boss and whatever else. But yeah, very much coming off like a, corporate sleazeball, terrible boss sort of thing like that. So, oh, here we go. Yeah. Kristen Marie says 3 Men and Rosemary's Baby. Yeah. That's one of the films that they do there. Fantastic stuff. You get to see the 3 guys standing over the crib. You get the wonderful moment of them singing "Goodnight, Sweetheart" to this darling child, only for them to be covered in pea soup vomit. So, my favorite one is Wayne's Underworld, where you get a undead Wayne and Garth, and Ray basically is on their couch, and they basically get to torture and abuse him and call him a sphincter boy and all that kind of good stuff. So, and I love to that later on, of course, Ray and Helen's kids see what's going on and are trying to, basically help their mom and dad in different ways or whatever else. The son, who's the younger of the 2 children, is kind of like the brainier kid, while his sister's the popular girl, doesn't want anything to do with her stupid brother, sort of thing like that. But they end up having to work together to help mom and dad out. There's another sequence I absolutely love where Ray and Helen are stuck in a cartoon, and the cartoon is drawn by Chuck Jones. So it's like this great Looney Tunes moment that they have here. Of course, there are mice, and there's a big evil demonic cat robot that's going after them to try to kill them and eat them. So yeah, it was a wonderful sequence there. It's my favorite one next to the film noir sequence, where basically Ray's playing a detective, having inner monologues, but he hears his own inner monologue and realizes he's having an inner monologue. And so it's some funny exchanges there. So there's a lot of parodies that still work. There's some that are a little dated, like if you're a kid that doesn't know what Wayne's World is, that's going to go right over you there. Some of the 80s movies they parody, some of them still work, some of them not so much. Like, Rosemary's Baby, you may not be familiar with 3 Men and a Baby. So, but yeah, nonetheless, so it's still just, I absolutely enjoyed the film here. Johnny's saying that he knew Pam Dauber from The Girl, The Gold Watch, and Dynamite. Not sure if I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one here. So, Dave Magley says, "Stay tuned sounds a bit like Amazon Women on the Moon." Yes, actually, a great triple feature would be Amazon Women on the Moon, UHF, and Stay Tuned. Like I said, Amazon Women on the Moon and UHF are definitely full on. We are, according to Hoyle, parodies of television, movies, stuff like that. Amazon Women on the Moon is very much more of kind of an anthology sort of parody, like a Kentucky Fried Movie or whatever else. But yeah, this one has a lot more of a, well, UHF does have a plot and a storyline as well, but this one has a little bit much more of a cohesive storyline that just, in the Chewy Center, once we get past the lollipop, when we get the Chewy Center, oh yeah, there's some parody in there too. So there you go. So, but yeah, again, just really thoroughly enjoyed, kind of just the very sardonic takes on things. It's still kind of warm and fuzzy, but there's, there's some great cynicism in there as well. Kristen Marie saying that she recently rewatched Stay Tuned. It's on Amazon Prime. Yes, actually, I watched it last year. I hadn't seen it in a while. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to revisit there. It still holds up as far as I'm concerned, and it's nice because, like I said, there is some sardonic humor in there, but it's still enough family friendly that you could have the kids in there. I mean, the little ones wouldn't understand what's going on, but your preteens, your teenagers, yeah, they would know what's going on, so they'd be down with it. But oh yes, it cannot forget Eugene Levy. Oh yes, thank you, Kristen Marie. Yes, Eugene Levy is kind of the smarmy underling of Jeffrey Jones, who, or is it, I can't remember if he's the underling. Yes, yeah, because he's the underling, and then he gets thrown in the TV world as well. And I can't remember. He keeps losing body parts. I seem to remember. For some reason, I keep remember like he lost an arm or something like that, or he's getting attacked by dogs or something like that. Yeah, Eugene Levy gets thoroughly abused in this movie here. So yeah, I thank you very much, Kristen Marie. I can't believe I actually forgot about Eugene Levy being in the film. So like I said, it's been about a year since I've seen it here. So another one, I didn't get a graphic for this one here. Another one I got to talk about that I have not seen in a long time. I need to go back and watch this one. But this was another favorite one. I think this came out a year before Stay Tuned, or at least around the same time. But got to talk about Real Men. That's a gem that needs to be uncovered again. Basically, you've got Jim Belushi, who plays a federal agent, CIA sort of character, and then John Ritter, who's this average person, kind of, I wouldn't say he's like a hapless kind of guy, but he does dream of better things, and wants to be kind of an important sort of thing there, but is it kind of almost kind of like a Secret Life of Walter Mitty without all the daydreaming sort of thing like that. But once Jim Belushi comes into his life, he's involved in this alien conspiracy where apparently aliens are going to come visit us at a certain time and destination that we've received this message from them, and we have the choice of one of two gifts, either the good package or the big gun. So the good package apparently will make the air clean, make the water clean, will fertilize, deserts, all sorts of good things, make Earth, a happy, wonderful place to be. And of course, the big gun, well, we don't need to talk about that one because that can probably just destroy everything and end the world. So it's also sort of a morality test as well. And so we, of course, there's lots of action and comedy that happens throughout the film. That's basically, again, we're trying to get to our location, we're trying to get to our meeting here, and everybody in the world is trying to stop us. Sometimes even people on our own side apparently are trying to stop John Ritter and John Belushi from completing their task. But we finally get there, and of course, our boy John makes the right decision and asks for the good package, and then we basically will get clean water and clean air and singing and dancing and harmony and all sorts of stuff like that. So But yeah, I just really thoroughly enjoy that kind of. There's definitely kind of the buddy cop comedy aspects to this. The fish out of water, who has to rise to the occasion sort of elements in there as well. But yeah, so just again, a fun movie there. But kind of one of those hidden gems there. Oh, Dave Mattingly is saying that Real Men is free on Tubi. Okay, I got to check that out. Yes, I've got Tubi downloaded as well. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go watch that then. So yeah, it's been a very long time since I've seen Real Men, but yeah, it made quite an impression, obviously. I will say another one I haven't seen in a long time, but I wish we'd get discussed a little bit more that doesn't, is the rare sex comedy that he did, Blake Edwards' Skin Deep. That's an interesting film there. It's been a really long time since I've seen that one. But of course, the most infamous scene from that movie, and it's crazy that this was in the trailer, but basically it's, John Ritter's character has been, kind of a, it's a, finding romance sort of thing like that. A lot of dating, a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of intimacy between adults sort of thing. And there's a scene where he's basically having, he's meeting up with some lady or whatever else, and they're going to have sex. He has a glow in the dark condom. We get the black screen and see, glow in the dark condom. And then unfortunately, the girl's actual significant other comes into the room, like trying to do an intimate thing, and he's only wearing his condom, and then realizes, hey, there's another guy over there. And so we get a very strange Star Wars-esque battle with this stuff. And again, like I said, it was kind of a shake your head and like, okay, sort of thing. Like, but this was apparently the big moment, in the movie. This was kind of like, oh, this is gonna be the thing everybody's gonna be talking about here. And they even put it in the trailer. It's part of the advertising for it. It's like, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But again, somehow it worked there. So, but yeah, it's one thing I've always appreciated about John's career is just how prolific it was. He's really, did all sorts of stuff, because of course we know him best from Three's Company and a lot of the other television work that he did. But then there was so much other film work he did too. Some a little bit after Three's Company, some while he was doing it, and then of course later on, of course we see him kind of dip out for a little bit. He was having a family and enjoying that, and then of course got to come back with Bad Santa. I mean, who would have thought with that role there? Just someone that was so someone we knew was so sweet and wholesome of a guy getting thrust in this movie, and I guess sort of playing a bit of himself because he was pretty startled and disgusted by a lot of the stuff that Billy Bob Thornton's character was doing. But yeah. I really enjoyed that one as well. So well, we're getting close to wrapping things up here. So I do, of course, want to acknowledge one more time here that we are, of course, within the Multiverse FunRaiser here. We are accepting money and donations. Well, we're not accepting money, but doing donations, of course, for the John Ritter Aortic Health Foundation. And of course, when you donate, you get put into drawings for some awesome prize packages, whatever else. So lots of cool stuff to look at through there, and then eventually get some nice swag as well. But of course, you gotta. This is just the tip of the iceberg here. I mean, I'm like Jason Behr and I are the opening act, apparently. We got a lot more stuff coming up here because, of course, today we've still got Amy Yasbeck. We've got Guy Gilchrist coming up later on. So that's exciting there. I'm really excited about the Amy Yasbeck interview, of course, because it means, like I said at the top of the show, I'm a huge Mel Brooks fan. I grew up on a very, very heavy diet of that. And so I saw Robin Hood Men in Tights 6 times in the theaters when it came out. So it's... yeah, that's always been it's within my top 3 for sure. And number 1 wouldn't be the number 1 you expect. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, so but again, yeah, so lots more great stuff to come here. But I do want to go ahead and play a video here for you guys, and then we'll get things going next time here.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
Okay. So again, like I said, I'm just the tip of the iceberg today. There's a lot more to come today, tomorrow, and Sunday. We've got a ton more Q&A panels to come up here. So lots of fun to be had here. So I'm going to dip out here, but I thank you guys very much for joining me on Fanatic Forum here. Like I said, if you've never tuned into Fanatic Forum before, I'm on every Friday at 7 o'clock right here on the Serial Box Network or on Fanatic Forum on my page on Facebook and YouTube. Again, we talk comics, we talk movies, TV, wrestling, video games, all things nerd. And I want you to join us on here. I want you to offer up your comments, your suggestions, your takes on things, whatever they may be. Join the conversation. I'm all about it here. So I want to bring Kelly back on here because she's got a big interview coming up here. So I don't want to take up any more time than I need to.
Hey, George.
Hey, Kelly.
Hi to Amy real quick.
I would love to. I mean, come on.
I'm pretty sure Amy would love to say hi to you, too. Let's welcome Amy Yasbeck. Hi, Amy.
Hey.
George the Fanatic, watch out for that tree! Right?
I love it. That's the first one I'm not mad at because I heard that a lot as a kid.
You heard George the Fanatic as a kid? Oh, because George of the Jungle.
I
don't know how old you are, but that was before George Bush. You must have heard about George Washington, too.
I'm thrice cursed because my middle name's Michael. So growing up in the 80s, got a lot of George Michael.
There's nothing wrong with that, my friend. That's the hottest guy ever.
And lastly, my last name is Buehler.
Have you ever thought of just changing it to like a symbol like Prince went for at one point?
Well,
it's like an onk with an exclamation point or like some comedy. My God, a glyph. You need a glyph.
That's great. I do need a glyph.
Can I make a logo for you? Seriously, can I design you a logo?
Yes, please.
I don't know how that will work, but most people don't give me that kind of control over their lives, George.
You know what? You can have it.
Cool.
Yeah,
right.
I've done enough damage, so go right ahead.
All right. Very fun. Yeah, my husband used to say, yes, my life is an open sore. But anyway. Book. Sometimes does he really know how to say it? Anyway, thank you for all of this, man. And I would love to get to know you better.
Well, thank you very much, Amy, for doing this here. So I'm going to leave you with my friend Kelly here and let her take things away. But
I need Kelly time. We'll circle back to each other, George. I promise.
Oh, yeah, that would be my pleasure. Thank you very much.
The old circle back, if you know what I mean. Wait, I might be thinking of a different move. Okay, bye.
Take care, y'all. Have a great day.
Bye. Hashtag reach around. Just kidding. Hi, Kelly. How are you, kiddo?
So welcome. First things first, we're at $435 so far.
Beautiful. I'm going to add a couple things. I'm just even like looking around this space now, which of course I have this so you can't see the freaking hoard of stuff I have. But I'd like to add some stuff to your goodie bag.
Ooh.
Your door prize. What are we calling it? Raffle.
Yep, a sweepstakes.
Sweepstakes. Okay.
You're gonna sweeten the pot. Ooh.
Yeah, I'll sweep a couple things there. I don't know some stuff of mine. I don't know if anybody cares about it. And there's like some cute, but like this.
was like a John Ritter Three's Company trading card at one point.
Ooh.
I'll send that to you. And there's a couple other like little fun things around. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So y'all heard it here. That sweetens the pot. So
yes.
Well, thank you. That's very generous of you. We appreciate it.
Are you telling me you want me to add sweet pot to it? Because I am in LA. I don't think I can send that.
No, let's since anyone can enter, let's not. But
Put that back. We're not sending it. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, if it was legal in all 50 states, then absolutely.
It helps me with my like neck problem. Oh, I was trying to make the crackling noise and the lid was off and I just spilled water all over my self. I'm going to call it myself. Hold on a second. I got to swish it off the chair. Oh my God. This is fine. That really woke me up. Go on.
Also, can I just say, I love that we're color coordinated.
It's the foundation color. It's purple. Why do you ask? Because of Prince. John was the biggest Prince fan. I believe I just referenced Prince.
You did. It's a good reference. And our color is purple also. So it was meant to be. This is made in heaven. Like,
agreed. I approve this match. I swipe whatever way on it. I don't know how to use those things. She said disingenuously. No, I really don't.
Trevor says hello. Trevor Hawkins says hello, Amy.
Hi.
And Molly Daniels also says hello, Amy.
You're gonna have to tell me all this stuff because I'm too vain to put my glasses on. Oh,
all right.
Huge. Dear Peggy. Oh my God.
John B. Pica. That's our network head. So
I love it.
Our big man in charge is my boss. So let's.
What else?
And Eli T. Cash says, "Welcome to this abode, Ms. Amy." Blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
So let's start out this interview by talking about the reason we're all here, of course, the John Ritter Foundation. So can you talk a little bit about founding the charity?
Yeah. I mean, it's such an interestingly simple, reasonable, and healing and right thing to do, which is when something feels like it comes from not the multiverse, but some dark place and smashes the hero. Not trying to be like that, but that is how we think, of our family. And it affects everyone and but there's nobody, sadly, that escapes grief and mourning in their lives, if they live long enough to love somebody, and so there's nothing you can do about the thing that happened, but you can go, oh, that's the last time that's going to happen. And for me, being a mom and in love with my own family and John's family and the 4 kids, I went, how do we make sure this doesn't happen to anyone in our family again? And the minute I had that motivation or that wind beneath my wings, I could just feel John going, oh, everyone's our family, reminding me, because he was very big on that, like to do it for. And so because we're very lucky in our family to have kind of the privilege of being in show business, and people every once in a while go, I wonder whatever happened to her. Oh, she's doing this now. I'll take it. However we can get it, the attention on thoracic aortic dissection, because it is an emergency situation that is an asshole, because it imitates other things, because it's chest pain and sometimes it's nausea. So people go into the hospital and their aorta, which is the tube that goes from your heart and takes the blood literally like a candy cane, and the great veins go up and they feed your brain and then your arms and stuff, and it goes all the way down, and there's an abdominal part, but this thoracic part, if that goes, you're in trouble. And what can happen is the layers inside of it that make up the tube, basically the pipe, can become unstable. The first thing, which is not something that you can feel, is it starts to bubble out in certain places. And you can imagine If you've ever had a sweater or a thing, anything that has layers, anything moves, it makes it unstable. And so then the layers start to separate and blood can get in between the layers. It makes like a little tear, like a run in pantyhose. Is there pantyhose still a thing? I don't know. But it starts to tear, right, with the blood pressure. And it is, once the dissection, which is just the actual first part of the tear happens, the clock is ticking, because that means that the blood, instead of being pumped into the place it needs to go to feed your body, where my nerds out there, blood is oxygen. That's what's being fed to your body, you know? So imagine your body's kind of starving for the oxygen it needs to move, because part of the blood, and then eventually all, starts to go in between the layers. It gets diverted to this place that is basically going nowhere. That's how people die. Sadly, that's how we lost John, because they didn't have it in their heads it could be this, and they started treating him for one of the symptoms he was having, which was chest pain. And everybody knows what confirmation bias is. If you've been talking about heart attacks your whole life because you work in the ER, and that's most of the things you see, you go to that. But they didn't rule out the other stuff. So they started treating him for a heart attack. So instead of a blockage in his heart, which would be blood thinners and this and that and whatever, and real quick getting him into a thing and sending he was actively, sadly, dying of a tear in his aorta. So all the blood thinners, all the things you do for a heart attack, hasten. That's the nuts and bolts. That's sad. I've said it so many times, but I keep thinking, at what point could I have intervened? I didn't know.
Yeah.
No excuse for the doctors not knowing. That's, do you know what I'm saying? So, but just in case, I'm here to remind you, you know, that song, of the mess you made. It's like, I'm the publicist for the human aorta. That's weird. And yet I do it. Okay. Because since 20 years ago was when John died, that seems impossible. Oh my God. But it is. Things have changed. Not enough, but they've changed. People themselves advocate. They go into the emergency room, maybe with a little chest pain, and they're like, you need an antacid. And you're like, you need to look at the johnritterfoundation.org. I'm not leaving here without a CAT scan. The CT scan is the way to know exactly what you're dealing with. We have like an army of people out there. And I was talking to somebody today and just saying, you know what? It's okay if you say you're related to John. Freaking lie. I don't care. If they understand that there could be a genetic thing, if that helps you, or you say you're like my buddy and I talk to you. If you see me, everybody out there, I deputize you. I don't know how you deputize someone. I was going to bless you, but that's more like the proselytizing of seriously this like science fiction. Science fiction means you know about science. You can't do science fiction. You can't do, you know, what do you call it when you like cryptids on other planets and things where it's like speculative biology. You can't speculate biology without knowing biology. You can, but you'd suck and nobody's going to follow you.
Right.
You can't play jazz unless you know the scales and you're classically trained. Okay, that one's a lie, but let's get back to the other thing. So the science part of it is fascinating. And really the people that get it, like when I do a signing thing, I've done a couple, and people come up to me dressed all witch away and making me thrilled, right? They'll talk to me about DNA and genes and that, and just the science of it is fascinating. But all you need to know is go to johnritterfoundation.org. Just look at it. Just look. If you like purple, it's full of freaking purple. You'll love it. And we have ambassadors, advisors because whether you've lost someone from an aortic dissection or you have an aortic aneurysm that you're living with, because sometimes there's a particular time you need to wait to have the surgery, knowing about it saves your life and your loved ones, because it can very, very likely be genetic. We also have a genetic research program. Who knew? Hi. Yeah, I graduated from college. No. But, you know, I am obviously not conducting the research, but you don't need to know all that. You just need to enjoy the fruits of the labor. All these brilliant people who have been working on this for so long, plus my big mouth, trust me. And if I say something that seems like that doesn't seem right, I get checked all the time. So look at the foundation thing and the science and the research. I mean, thank God we have a website and not like a Benjamin Franklin flyer going out, because it has to be a living document. Oh yeah, but like daily with beautiful science, and I put some goofy pictures on there sometimes too. But our chief science officer, Ellen Hostetler, came on last year. It was like her anniversary of coming on. So I don't have to guess and call people and stuff. I'm like, is this real? She's like, yeah, that's not how you spell that. And let me do it. So thank God for her. But that's all. You probably didn't want me to talk this long about it. I can't help it.
Oh, no, I did. That was actually going to be my second question, was to ask
you. Mel Brooks is a hoot. Okay,
so you got it, because I wanted to make sure we talked about it, because that's why we're here.
Yeah. And also hit like and follow. I mean, I don't know how to do like that. People like mostly do it for me, but I do like update stuff when I'm, drunk. No, just kidding. I don't drink, but I mean, on Instagram and stuff. So that's Yasbeck Amy, I believe, unless somebody younger and smarter than everyone tells me that's not it. It is it. And on Twitter, please follow the John Ritter Foundation on those other things.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
There's good updates. So Kristen says, Lauren would like to know about your experiences working with Jim Carrey on The Mask. So what can you tell us about Jim Carrey?
I had, a low-key crush on him, just actor to actor, of course, because he's wonderful. You can't be around somebody that talented and not go. Also, he's quite a dish in real life, but he would come in hours before, 6 hours or something, to get in the makeup when he had the mask on. And so I'm sure he was meditating or doing TM or something in his head to sit there and be that patient. Usually, the way it's always been when you look at a call sheet, the women, the girls, whoever's going to be like wearing makeup and getting their hairs did, as they say, get there before everybody else. And it's always fascinating to see a guy there before you, because usually it's just hair and makeup and all the women going, hi, hi. So we got to really like talk to him, and gentleman, hilarious. We talked briefly about how we were going to do stuff. We didn't have very much like actual physical stuff together. And I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but if you haven't seen it, please get off. No, but I mean, it's been around forever. I believe they used to give out the, what do you call it? Not the DVD, but like the big one early on.
The VHS?
No, the big circle. Oh God, I'm very silly. Not a, it's Blu-ray, but it was just like a big one. DVD, the something, Laserdisc.
Oh.
When those machines, when they started making those and DVDs, there's a store called Circuit City. I don't know if it's still around, but is it?
No, but I remember Circuit City.
Really? We should talk. But it was giving out, like you would buy a DVD player or a Laserdisc, bleepity blop, whatever it's called, and it would come with a mask already stuck in there, like dad's porn. Just kidding, not stuck in there. And not my dad, and not my kid's dad. Shit, where have I gone with this? It would come along with it. So it was crazy because everybody watched it at home if they hadn't been able to see it. And I talked to Jim about that a couple times, and he said, yeah, that was a movie that was just right on the cusp of that weird technology. And so there are people of all ages, and sometimes, because not everybody can afford it, it was like that was like the perennial one that everybody could agree on in the family. Everybody's using their allowance to buy DVDs of their taste, but that's the one that came with it. That might be the first one they ever watched. And so like for holidays, they would watch The Mask. I love it. Anyway, Jim Carrey, he's a dish. And I really like him, and he's really sweet. And I got to introduce him to John, which was crazy. John actually got banned from the set because the director, Chuck Russell, probably remains a dick, but he was a dick during the movie, and said, nobody's allowed on the set, like a closed set, especially you, Amy. It's not a circus. I went, all right. Wow. I don't think he wanted somebody as brilliant as John on the set. I don't know. I've told that story before. Come after me, Chuck. Come at me, Mel. You were a dick to me. You were a dick to me too, and all the background actors. Suck it. But so John didn't come to the set, but there was a St. Jude charity event, and John and I went, John, you want to meet Jim Carrey? And it was far away, and Jim just kind of looked up like the dinosaur. Like the dinosaurs in Fantasia. I am in the right place, by the way, with you guys. Like the dinosaurs in Fantasia, like when the meteor, they go, or like with T-Rex, they all like look around. Jim like looked around and looked at John, and I just went, oh, I don't need to mediate this. And they stood up and they talked, and it was so sweet. And at one point, John took Jim's face in his hands and was go da 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 da, and then Jim took, and I just went, yeah, I don't even need to be here. And I said, John, I said, what did you say to him? And he said, I just quickly reviewed like all of his work and how much I love it. And I also told him that my son Jason can imitate him perfectly.
Oh my gosh.
Which is true, like physical comedy and everything. Anyway, I love Jim. Jim, call me. I don't know. Hey, why did it get blurry all of a sudden?
That is a good question. What's going on with?
I mean, it's my dream come true, but why?
No, you look beautiful, so.
Why is it blurry like that? Somebody tell me. Somebody smart right in.
That is very strange.
It's very mysterious. I swear I'm not doing anything to it. I wouldn't even know how.
Yeah.
Should I pop out and pop that in?
Try that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I will fill a few minutes while we wait for the lovely Amy to join back in. Hello, Carl. Yes, I've changed my outfit to match Amy. Carl says, two lovely ladies. No wonder Donna tried to keep me at dinner so long. I know, and even two redheads, even though mine's a little bit more auburn. So, yeah, Carl. Eli says, technology just can't handle you, Amy. That is true. That is true. That was Eli Cat. All right. Curly Fest says, come at Amy and I'll back her up. Oh, there you go. You look fine.
I look better with the blurry. I like that. In the old days, and the joke was that you'd put Vaseline on the lens to get those, Gloria Swanson close-up shots. Yep. And then I always say at a certain age, we're going to have to shoot me through brocade. It's a joke that's funny because it's specific. Now there's apps for that. Okay, if it goes blurry again, just go with it. What's Molly saying?
Okay, so Molly says she grew up watching John on Three's Company, and she remembers a movie with Carrie Fisher, she thinks, where he played quadriplegic. So
I don't know if he played a quadriplegic because I believe he was in a wheelchair and did this, so he's probably played a paraplegic. I've only seen clips from it. I actually got to talk to Carrie Fisher about it. I was invited to her birthday party. I've lived quite a life. Right now, she was great. Oh my God. But I've lived quite a life. I'm saying it's over now. We can look back and feast on it. But yeah, he was wonderful. He was wonderful. And I think what was cool was John got to see, didn't see the series, but I think he saw the pilot of, or the presentation of Joan of Arcadia, where Jason was portraying somebody in a wheelchair. And it's a certain thing because, and controversial now, I'm sure, even since Jason did it, and no knock on anybody. Yeah, there's actors that are paraplegics that can do those roles. But what's beautiful is that Jason and John, both with such heart and dignity and humor were able to present that, you know, and it was really beautiful. What is the name of that movie? It's called, I don't know. I'll find it. Somebody
Someone in the comments. And
oh,
Molly, she loved you in Wings.
I loved me in Wings too. I loved being in Wings. I don't know if I loved me in it, but I loved being at Paramount on the spooky set. You know, that was on the spooky set. That was stage 19. That was the Poltergeist set that's supposed to be haunted. It was certainly haunted by crickets.
Was it haunted by any ghosts that you encountered?
No, I'm not a big ghost hunter. I'm more of a debunker type until it actually somebody comes in, like shakes my hand in ghost form. Sorry.
No, that's fair.
It's okay. But I do watch all the shows. All the ghost hunter shows. But the most fun thing to do with the ghost hunter shows is to put your hand over the thing where it's trying to tell you what the ghost is saying and just listen to it without reading it, because I think, and it usually sounds like the ghost is going, cancel the show. No, I don't know. Sorry.
So Trevor Hawkins says, Amy, what aspect of living the actor's life was the most surprising to you, and what aspect was what you had more or less expected? Ooh, that's a good question.
It's a really good question. They're my therapist, so I talk to them actually every day for 2 hours. Just kidding, they're not my therapist. It's still surprising. It's surprising how they throw your ass out after you're a certain age. That's no good. But that actually wasn't surprising. I think how easy it was when it was easy and how hard it is when it's hard. And that as a, I don't know, come at me if you know me and you think this is bullshit, but I'm kind of a creative person. Hands-on. Well, mostly it's just like taking shit apart and then the Ritalin wearing off and forgetting what I was doing and it's in the corner. But
I feel that.
It's, you know, it's really the acting part, not what we're doing right now and stuff. It's like sisters are doing it for themselves. But in acting, if that's your way to tell stories and present stuff from your guts, you have to get permission for it. It sucks. Somebody has to go, yeah, you, not you. So it's a little bit like being chosen for the field hockey team. I said field hockey as a joke because I went to Catholic girls' school, but it's like, okay, there's a lot of getting your feelings hurt, so you have to immediately adjust. And so I immediately adjusted, which was a lot easier when I was getting stuff in auditions all the time, because it's way easier to go this to something and you have 100 opportunities and you get 2 of them, as opposed to you get 2 opportunities and you don't get any of them. You can't help but put more pressure on the audience. Do you know what I mean? That's why I'm asking everybody that's here today to please donate to my GoFundMe. No, I don't have a GoFundMe. It's why everybody is encouraging each other. And I do have the minor skill set on this that I would like to develop. Make your own content. Write a script. I have 14 of them in my head. Are they on paper? No. The aforementioned Ritalin should explain why they are not on paper. It's hard. But I think when actors who also have the ideas and I think we should match up with other people of the same sensibilities, and the writers of us write, and the this of us this, and do our own little. It's like learning pods if you went to Montessori school or something. There are several people who have reached out to me who actually kind of know what they're doing. And it's never for, hey, come be in my movie. It's like, you want to help write on this thing, or can you punch this up, or stuff like that? I think I got to start doing more stuff like that and then write myself in, right?
I think you should.
Okay.
I would love to see you in more things. And yeah. I also...
Thinly veiled Chuck Russell takedown. Just kidding.
Yes. Hey, my money's on you.
Thank you.
I feel like Hollywood is starting to cast more actresses who are older in some roles, and I want to see more of that.
Yeah, Absolutely. But it takes, just like when you talk about the NFL or anything else, it takes the bosses being people who extend their hand across an imaginary over and underline, a color line, a culture line, gender, all genders, because
Yes.
this beautiful spectrum is available for, not this beautiful spectrum, the specter for some people, the spectrum of genders is out there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Absolutely agreed.
Okay. Love
Thank you
you.
for saying that.
True.
And
Come on.
Ryan Permison says, hello, Amy. How are you? He wants to know, what was your favorite scene to film in Robin Hood Men in Tights?
Oh my God. All of it. And some of the best times were in between scenes, obviously sitting there with Mel. I never left the set. I wouldn't go home. They're like, we need your tits back now. Because I had like a big padded bra. And I'm like, I just want to watch him do this. I just want to watch it. That was weird. Watch him do this one scene. I got out of the chastity belt as soon as possible. It was painful. But it's like, I'd be sitting there just in my like jeans and a backpack, but with like my wig still on. And I'd be on the set sitting next to Mr. Brooks as he was directing. And they're here like taking my stuff out. I didn't want to miss 1 second of it. So it's hard to say which, what was fun for me is that John came a couple times and Mel, Mr. Brooks, makes me call him Mr. Brooks. No, he doesn't. But Mel, unlike a lot of directors, most would let the actors at lunchtime, we could just go and get sandwiches and watch the dailies from the day before. That is not a thing. But he trusted, there were a couple people he's like, you can take a nap. I don't want to tell you who. But for the people that like he trusted, he opened it up. And in that way, he could say,
I'm so sorry. That's my son.
hello, my sweetheart.
Logan, do you want to come say hi real quick?
What's that?
Come around this way. Come around this way. Nope. Come on this side, honey.
What is
His name is Logan. Okay. Do you want to say hi?
Hi.
Logan. What's on your shirt? Is that the periodic table? Come back.
Logan, come back. She wants to see your shirt. Okay, Logan.
What is it?
The Minecraft periodic table.
It is, but it's Minecraft?
Yes.
Okay. Logan, I'm going to text your mom because I need to know where to get a shirt like that, okay?
Yes, we will get you.
All right, I'm going to send something exactly to Logan. He doesn't need to know who I am or anything, just something fun. How old are you?
Oh, he can't hear you because I've got my headphones on.
Logan,
how old are you?
11 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I got it. All right. See you later, my new best friend.
You were very sweet.
I'm all about Logan. You have no idea. No, he's my guy. Okay, Sippy Cup. What's in there? Gin?
Oh no, it is water. I promise.
Same.
Okay, Logan. Come on.
Oh, so Skylar Production says, speaking of spooky stuff, do you have a favorite cryptid or mythical creature?
I can't remember the name of him. It's Japanese, and he's like looks kind of like a frog, but he's little, and he has like a little bowl on top of his head. And I don't know if it's the way you kill him or the way you're fucked if you talk to him, but somehow the water spills out of his head. Nobody knows who he is. I had him printed out and all of it. It's just like so specific. There's a bunch of them. Also, hold on. The Loveland, Ohio Frogman. Hello, that's my hometown. Check out Loveland Frogman.
Ooh.
I have sweatshirts. My buddy Josh, do you see me mirroring you? Yeah. You said ooh, I say ooh. My friend Josh Sneed really needs to change his name, is a stand-up, but he also he established and is the boss of Cincinnati Shirts, and I'm from Cincinnati. And I've always loved because it has like old like signage from Cincinnati stuff. And then he got the Cincinnati Zoo, like he has a lot of cool accounts. But at some point our hometown cryptid got on there, and I just bought every piece of, if you ever see me in a gray sweatshirt, there's a faint image because I've washed it so many times of the Loveland Frogman. So that's my favorite. Forget about the waterhead guy that's like a baptismal.
Ooh, George Buehler's got you. Those frog creatures are Kappa.
They are. And they're cool.
My favorite is the squonk.
What's that?
Because the squonk is this creature who is so ugly that all it does is hide in the forest and wail about how ugly it feels it is. And if someone finds it, it will collapse into a puddle of its tears. It is the saddest cryptid ever. I feel so sad for it.
If it collapses into a puddle of his tears, how does it reconstitute to live again another day? It seems like he'd only be like good for one use.
That's how it dies.
Okay, what's his name again?
The squonk, Squonk.
I love him.
I love him too, and So
sounds like a squealing skunk. Yeah, I like the squonk.
I want to find one and assuming they were real, and reassure it that it's beautiful and adopt it as a pet so it doesn't have to cry.
Hold on, is he a guy or is he a girl or is he undeclared?
Undeclared. So
that is a very cool like little storyline. And you can stop him before he's halfway tears and go, hold up, hear me out. I'm into you. You are my absolute kink. Are there more of you? And just like pump up his ego. I'm doing it.
Exactly. That's my plan. That's my plan.
All right, take me with you.
All right. We're gonna go squonk hunting.
It's not hunting. I'm your man when you go out because you're gonna have to make sweet love to the squonk to reassure it.
Yes. So John says, I was a Yasbecker before, but now I think I am in love with Amy after watching this. You know what? Same, John.
Maybe I should put up that GoFundMe. Back at you. I don't know who you are, but your name is John. I love my favorite name.
So Lauren, Kristen Marie says, Lauren likes when you said you were Supergirl on Quantum Leap.
I wasn't Supergirl. Who said I was Supergirl on Quantum Leap?
She said when you said you were Supergirl.
Oh, I see. And we're back to the multiverse. Yes, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant like in an interview I said I was Supergirl. I'm like, was I? It's probably something I went out for and didn't get. Hey, why aren't I on the new one? I need to be on the new Quantum Leap. I got to call.
No, I would love to see that.
Blow up my blah blah social media so I can say, see, I can bring all these fun people with me. I don't know how that works.
Hashtag.
No, but on Quantum Leap was great because it was with Scott and my dear friend Bob Saget. God bless him. I freaking loved him. That's where I met him on that, and we were like comedy partners like in the 1950s. I had a pointy bra. I don't know why I keep talking about my boobs, but I did have a pointy bra. It was hilarious. But yeah, I wonder if I have that script here somewhere. That would be a fun one to like auction off or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will look for it. I have all my scripts. I still can't believe I even live in California, much less have been an actor and been on TV. Honestly, I have to catch up to myself all the time. If you catch me crying in the forest because I'm hideous, could you please reassure me?
I'll reassure you. I would absolutely reassure you. And then
it's called imposter syndrome. Everybody gather around. It's really, really hard to believe in yourself. Okay, I'm done. That's it. Hi, everybody.
Tyler Ritter says, hashtag save the squonks. Yes, we're making this.
Darling, my stepson. I'm his wicked stepmother. Wicked awesome if you're from Boston. Thanks, Tyler. Save the fucking squonks. Agreed. I think he spelled it wrong. Did he spell it wrong?
No, he spelled it right. He got it.
Oh, I don't have my glasses on. Okay.
You got it right. That is how you spell it.
Fine.
Good job, Tyler. Tyler knows his cryptids.
No, he doesn't. He learned that from you.
So Carrie Bloodrose says, can you tell us about the time you went from playing the mean mom to playing the nice mom in the Problem Child films? It was pretty interesting how your roles were polar opposites in both films.
I kind of had more fun playing the first one. I mean, right? I mean, word Karen gets thrown around, but Flo, yeah, horrible person. Way. I loved it, and I love how the bitch was a redhead and the nice one was a brunette. Whatever. I'm just no shade on you, but I'm saying it doesn't always work out that way. I loved it. I was very happy to come back and be like that little Easter egg. Some people don't know. And they're like, and a lot of people have only seen Problem Child 2. That seems wrong. That's like watching Godfather out of order, which it is. But I loved both of those. I only kept some of the clothes from the second one. Although, okay, how can I get the camera over there without you seeing the whole thing? Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Sing a song.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well,
Shit.
I'm a little pot short and stout. Here is my handle and here is my spout. When I am
That's not how that song goes. Here's how that song goes. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here is my other handle. Oh, fuck, I'm a sugar bowl. Anyway. If you saw Problem Child 1, somebody's calling me. They need to go away. Stop it. Sorry. Wait till you see this. This was the actual prop that was over the fireplace in the house. In the house. Is that crazy?
That's wild. I love it.
I hate it now. I'm like, oh, I wish I looked like that. Fantastic. So it was, I mean, that was really fun to play the jerk. And I have a closet full of leopard print, actual leopard skins. Cruella de Vil. No. I'm a freaking weirdo animal person. But I like to wear people want to see me if they like the Problem Child character, Flo Haley. They like to see me wearing like the leopard print thing. They're like, I got to get a picture of you wearing that. And I'm like, okay, that will be $14. No, I don't know how much it costs. I forget. I could do more of those though. That's really fun. I would like to do a signing thing that's specifically like put one on and make everybody come out and give some dough to the foundation.
That would be fantastic. You should do that.
Yeah, I've got lots of time to do stuff like that. Anyway,
I mean, no, but
I'll consult with you.
Yes.
Okay. What else? Jeez.
Okay. So before I read Kristen's question, I just want to remind everyone that you're watching our interview with Amy Yasbeck as part of the Multiverse FunRaiser. I'm Kelly Guentner, and we are raising money for the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. So thank you for joining us. And just look at the bottom for instructions on how to donate. We'll also play a little video at the end, giving a little more information.
Cool.
And so Kristen's question is a
I
two-parter.
know exactly what she's talking about.
So Kristen Marie says, how about working with Jason Alexander in Pretty Woman and hanging with the Ritters, quotations?
I mean, here's a question. I've never watched that movie with the subtitles on. Does that pop up? Because that was in a very Soto voice, and it was during when Jason and I were doing ADR, like after the movie and putting like sounds and little extra things in. And I had just... Oh, and so I shot Problem Child. I mean, I shot Pretty Woman, and then I did Problem Child, and Jason Alexander was then the ADR, because it's like after the final edit and stuff. And you know the whole Pretty Woman thing, right? It was a very dark movie called 3000 about prostitutes, and it was crazy. And then they're like, or, that didn't test well. This is not a kitty twister. There used to literally be dials that you would go in. Maybe it is. Seriously, Jason Alexander's like, so you met John Ritter? And I'm like, yeah, I'm working with him on this thing. He started like fanboying about it. And so Gary Marshall's like, what are we talking about? And so when it came to the yada yada in the background, there's a thing about like, oh yes, we just got back from the Ritters and to embarrass Jason Alexander, who could not stop talking about John, which was very, very sweet. I don't even know if John even ever noticed that in that movie.
Oh,
But somebody's paying attention. That's very cool.
oh, Kristen's
Yes.
always paying attention. She knows her trivia. It's delightful. So Candace Fiorine, I'm sorry, Candace, if I don't pronounce her name right.
Fiorine.
Fiorone. Oh, the way you say it is beautiful.
Right.
So Candace says, we love you so much, Amy. Do you have a favorite John role or movie? Ooh.
If I have a picture of it up here. Literally role just in terms of being in love with my sexy, sexy husband. There is, everybody's like, Tyler, you earmuffs. Somebody keeps calling me, God damn it. In Stay Tuned, there is a thing where for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, like he keeps going from channel to channel, whatever it is, and he's a gladiator. And he has, I was not around them, I've seen the pictures, and he has like a gladiator outfit on with like the little leather skirt that looks like it's made out of Father's Day ties. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? This shape?
Yes, yeah.
And a thing, and there's like one shot of him, because there's a lot of him, like I have all these behind the scenes. Why am I blurry again?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm going to finish the story, then go out and come back in. I don't even know what it is. Oh shit, should I do it? You don't want me to be blurry. I'm so
No, yeah, why don't you go out and come back in again and then you can finish the story. That's
yeah. So anyway, I have some behind the scenes pictures of John and his gladiator.
Oh wait, no, you're good again.
What's happening? Is this a cryptid situation? Have we angered the squonk?
Yes, yes.
So, but favorite role, I mean, he was the most brilliant in Sling Blade. He wasn't the most brilliant person in Sling Blade. They were all brilliant, but that was crazy and so satisfying for him. And we saw when it premiered in New York at the Avery something, I forget, some fancy thing at Lincoln Center. Can't remember the name of it. And we happened to be up in like some kind of like opera boxes looking down, and the movie doesn't have titles at the beginning. It doesn't have the cast, or it just opens up. And you could look down, and I'd go look, and he was like watching people, like looking, and a couple people like when he came on, and then he spoke, and a couple people were like, he's really gotten fat. And John's like, they're saying I'm fat. I'm like, it's because they don't recognize you. And some people were like, I think it's him with the glasses. And you could see it like ripple through the thing. And afterwards, people got wind that he was sitting up there. And at the end, before Billy Bob got on stage and did the thing, they were looking and they saw John, and the audience was, I mean, you could feel like a wave of love. And he's like, who's fat now, bitch? And I'm like, it was gorgeous. More to love. I mean, hello, that's my type. But I mean, it was so interesting to see people rediscover him. And then people are like, I knew it all along. I knew he was great at the da-da-da. He wouldn't do 1 second. Everybody, all of his agents, his manager, wanted him to put himself like in contention, because for your consideration, for supporting, for the movie, for an Academy Award or any of the things. And he's like, no, I don't want to ruin it. I feel like I did a good job. And people that I respect are telling me, and people are on the streets, they're telling me, I don't give a shit. Fascinating. Right. Yeah, it was interesting. Also, a little, what do we call it in the close? Imposter syndrome. Yeah. All the good actors have it, because you can't believe your luck, and it makes you work harder.
Yeah, I get that. So, John B. Pica wants to know, he says, since we are hosted by the Cereal Box Network, we got to ask the question, What was John's favorite Saturday morning cartoon, and what cereal was in his bowl while he's eating it?
Tyler, are you on here? Because I think he loved watching cartoons with the kids, and it's not like you're a generation older than your little brother Tyler, but in our house it was Powerpuff Girls.
Nice.
Dug it, and Samurai Jack. I wrote a letter to the guy Gendy. What's his name? The Samurai Jack guy. Loved what was up with all that. I mean, we were forced to watch Clifford. We loved it because he was a star of it. But he liked like fun, edgy things with like little pops for adults. I know that he loved like the Flintstones and the Jetsons and stuff, of course. And he actually, do you remember, what was the one? John kept losing, see, like that, the daytime Emmy to him. What was the thing? And they had there was like a goldfish in a bowl, and the guy, what was his name? And he had like an inspector hat on, and he would go through time and do stuff. Oh no, he would figure out about animals. Come on, you guys. And what was the name of that? And John did like a character on that. And then not Saturday morning cartoons, but he did a voice on King of the Hill. Like, he loved animation, let's put it that way. But I'm sure, judging by the hat that Jason religiously wears as it starts to fade into just molecules and the universe, that Teenage Ninja Turtles was a huge influence on John. And I know that Jason loved that show. So I mean, I don't know, cereal wise, okay, this is embarrassing. I loved the, not corn nuts, what do they call grape nuts? It's old person cereal, but it's good, nice and crunchy. Like you're eating rocks, but you're not. Makes you feel tough. With half and real sugar, so. And a cup of coffee, and you're good. You don't ever need a stool softener. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. Before I read off Kiri's question, I'm going to bring in someone who is also part of our network. Her name is Willow, and she has a costume on that you might recognize.
What are we cosplaying?
I'm a huge fan of yours. So, how's my maid Marion?
Well, I'm just, okay, scooch back a little bit because I'm just staring down your shirt, which is fine with me. Girls gotta live. Darling! Oh, wow, hello. Absolutely, darling. You did not need the top part that I had to have. Sorry. Let me see your little crown. I don't even think I got a good crown like that. Mine was just like a gold like ring thing that made a mark in my layers of makeup. That's really fun. I love it.
Well, I figured by now you would be Queen of Nottingham, and
this is age progressed without the costume. I love it.
You would have found a key for the chastity belt, and that thing would have been scrapped.
Man in chastity belt and run away with you. It's my little.
I love it.
Marian's happy side maid. It's really darling. Good for you. Did you make it or did you sort it?
No, Spirit Halloween is a wonderful thing.
It really is. When I go to Spirit Halloween, and I do, I still have every costume because sometimes I take them apart and make them into other things. Do you know what I mean? Especially the little kid costume. They come with like the kind of neoprene, like silver, like for space boots and stuff, and you can use it for making a Bucky arm. What was his name? Who's Bucky? Yeah. You know what I mean? What's his name?
Winter Soldier.
Yeah. I was tasked with making a Bucky arm. The kid decided that's not what he wanted to do that year, but I still have the Bucky arm. You tell me once to make a costume, you only have to tell me once. I put all my attention to it, and then I keep it forever. Maybe I should sell some of the things I make. You guys,
Absolutely.
Costume elements. I mean, where you get that? Etsy?
Yes, Etsy would be the place to go. Also, I want to see a picture of this Winter Soldier arm that you made. That's one of my favorite characters.
Good luck. If I took this down, you would go, how can you find anything? And I only found Flo because she was on the wall.
I feel this.
Yes, I'll show you the Bucky arm. You know what else I use for the Bucky arm? And my kid did not play soccer, but I went to Big Five Sporting Goods and got some junior size shin guards. Like that, and then like hot glue the neoprene space boot over it, the silver, and then I took black thick string, like what do you call it, floss? What do you call it, floss? Like
fishing twine or fishing wine?
No, it's the floss that you use for needlepoint. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes.
It's called floss. It's called floss. And what I did was, imagine this: you have this thing with the sturdy thing, and then the neoprene on the outside to make it look like the segments of like the bionic thing. So I put that. I would tie it really tight, like you're making like little sausage marks on it.
Oh,
I should have sold that thing a long time ago.
You should have. Etsy. Etsy's the way to go. And also,
listening from the foundation should have an Etsy page, because, right? I mean, it used to be eBay and stuff, but I mean, we have some. Look, if there's only one picture or one thing of John, it's not going anywhere. If we have quadruples of stuff, it would be very cool to sell stuff on there.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me promote it, guys. Okay, Willow.
We need to have you come back and give us tips of old Hollywood tricks on costuming. Like, this is awesome.
It's crazy crafter tricks. Old Hollywood is like you spit on the lens. What I'm not doing unless a ghost is sneezing on it or something.
And I just want to challenge people, since we're so close. We have 10 more minutes left in this interview. So let's, if one person donates $40, we'll be at 25% of our goal. Our goal is $2,000. Obviously, I hope we can blow our goal away.
It's so early.
Yeah, let's get to the goal early and keep going.
Easy. How cool. Okay.
So yeah, we're doing amazing. Like, well, Jason donated after his interview, so that like helped spike us. He's so sweet.
He's very attractive.
Yes, he is. I get very flustered.
Call out who was saying that, Jen. But yeah, people thought he was attractive. By the way, I realized, because I took all of John's glasses and made them into reading glasses or whatever for myself, because he didn't spend money on like stupid stuff, but he liked glasses and watches. And when he would do a production, and he would go, they'd say, "Do you have any notes on the character?" Yeah, I think he would probably wear glasses that like some really good. So he would go to LA Eyeworks and get to pick out glasses, and these are the glasses that he picked out for Sling Blade. You might recognize them, and these are my actual like computer glasses. That doesn't look bad.
You look good in those.
Well, I know that good, but is that crazy? I have the actual Sling Blade glasses.
That's awesome.
I love that.
The kids are all going to come after me now. You said we couldn't find them. Okay. Take what you want, kids.
All right. So Carrie Blood Rose wants to know, was Problem Child how you and John met?
Yes.
And if not, well, okay. And so how did you two become such a lovely couple? If you don't mind sharing.
No. It was the first time I met him in Dennis Dugan, who was the director's living room. So that was that. And we worked together on Problem Child. And then we did. Jay, are you in here? Is that your version of sneaking in, not making noise?
Is what?
We're live. I said, is that your version of sneaking in and not making noise? Jay Ginsburg, ladies and gentlemen. Say hi to my friend Jay. There he is. Okay. go away for a second. We're going to go out and eat. Huh?
Should I close this door?
Sure, close that door. Anywho's it. We did an episode of The Cosby Show. Fuck you, Bill Cosby, but it was fun. And it was my first sitcom I'd ever done, and doing it with Bill Cosby, the iteration that we all thought we knew and loved. And John, like the two like amazing guys from that. What has happened now? And then Problem Child 2. We just knew that we worked well together. And then later on, played well together. Next question.
Christian Marie says you guys were hysterical in Cosby, the whistle.
We added a lot of stuff. Yes, it's always fun to play a character who thinks they know everything and then it falls apart. And I just, in my character, yes, the episode was that John was a coach who was my birthing coach, also my husband, and he wouldn't let Dr. Huxtable, wouldn't let Dr. Huxtable like tell him anything. He's like, I got it, I know everything, like this kind of stuff, right? And then as it started falling apart, I started throwing things and being in pain, having natural childbirth, which, by the way, I wouldn't recommend. I've never done it. Seems horrible. But of course, I start falling apart emotionally, but John's character immediately starts not remembering how to dial the phone and getting like caught up in it and stuff. Kids, there was a time when a phone had a thing called a dial. And this thing that you could get caught up in, it's very hard to do comedy with this one. So,
yeah.
That is all. Thank you. Yes, I had fun doing that show.
Speaking of John's slapstick comedy, is that a natural talent? Was he always like klutzy and in a funny way? But
I didn't know him before he was an actor, but but his brother Tom absolutely tell. Yeah, John could make anything funny. And that is a natural thing, like we're talking about Jim Carrey before. But the crazy thing is all of John's kids, all four, and not just the two that are actors, but they're all really funny in different ways. His daughter Carly is kind of sneaky funny. Yeah, that's my style. But it's crazy because it's like, is that genetic? Well, loose joints are, but that's a whole nother situation. But I mean, John would say that I talked to Joyce DeWitt, who you're going to have on. And we talked about, but she was also amazingly physically facile. And John could use her kind of as a prop, which is crazy. Like he did not have that like stiff thing. Like they would devise ways to make both of their physicalities the funniest, And John was tall. He said he was 6 feet tall. I still think that's a lie, but whatever. Let him have it. At one point he was. I think everybody gets bowed out, but he said when he would do the bits or think about it, he pictured himself like a little like Bugs Bunny or little like Wile E. Coyote, like a little guy with no physical limitations that was rubbery and couldn't get hurt. And somehow he could pull that off, and we saw what he saw. So part of it is just the intention that in this world of Three's Company or what other show he was on, people have these kind of reactions. And it wasn't so far out of the realm that it was like, that's not how people act. It's like, that's how the funniest guy I know acts. So he was like the class clown, the life of the party without being obnoxious. Plus he was gorgeous to look at. So that was helpful. And I think part of his kind of staying power for the show and for people feeling like they had a connection to him, which also is very helpful with the foundation, because it's not named after some elusive, hard to understand person. It was this guy that for a lot of people was in their living room, or what they were a latchkey kid, and that was their babysitter till their mom got home, was Three's Company. So he was very knowable. And the physical comedy, which some people like, they do stuff and it kind of makes you like duh, they're a freak. They're a cartoon character. Somehow John kept the humanity in there. So none of us went, that's a weird guy. We're always like, God, I wish that was my guy. Now I'm just speaking from me.
So last question. Amy talks about John and Jerry Lewis in her book and your hilarious night after seeing Jerry and damn Yankees. Were there any other stories or opportunities where those two worked together?
No, but John would put Jerry on the speakerphone whenever he would talk to him. Also, Jonathan Winters. I'd be like, please. But Jonathan Winters knew that John had us on the speakerphone, but I didn't ask any questions. And I would listen to them talk just about like life and stuff better than any show together. John, every year, because his brother Tom has cerebral palsy, and John's mother, Dorothy Ritter, and Tex Ritter too for his part, but were absolute radical advocates for accessibility. Got the sidewalks shaved down in LA. There was a time before you guys were born where if you were in a wheelchair or even a stroller or anything, or weren't able to, like, then you were screwed. Somebody would have to like lift you onto the sidewalk. It's crazy. So John's advocacy for the telethon, Jerry really admired that. And Jerry Lewis had his own muscular dystrophy telethon. So Jerry would do like a little bit for John, and John would do like a little bit for Jerry. And so then when they would talk on phone and coordinate that, I'd be just sitting there going, I'm from Ohio, what's happening?
So, Amy, I know you wanted to say hi to Guy Gilchrist, who's waiting in the living room. Yeah, so I'm going to play our quick video just about donations, and then I'm going to bring...
Can I just say, so I'm not running into guys' time, which I probably already have. Thank you, everybody. This has been really, really fun. Happy to do it again sometime.
Yes, thank you so much for being here.
was a
I'm
pleasure.
mirroring you now. But seriously, thank you. This has been lovely.
Thank you. Bye, Maid Marian. Sorry about your chastity belt. You have to sit up straighter. It made you sit up straight like that. That's it.
Well, let me run this video real quick, and then I will bring in our next host. I'll bring in our next guest, and I'll keep you on screen so you can say hello. And if you wanted to stick around for the panel, Amy,
I'll tell you what, I can't stick around for the panel, but just give me a shot at connecting with my man.
Wonderful. Sounds good.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.theMultiverseFunRaiser.com, that says Donate Here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right, let's bring on Clyde Hall. Hello, Clyde.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Did you change into that?
Yes, I'm ready for this interview.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Willow, I'm going to drop you off. So good night, Willow. You'll be pulling the strings from behind the scene. And let's bring on Guy Gilchrist. Hello, Guy.
Hey, hi, beautiful.
We should have coordinated with a messy top knot.
Oh, I love your hair game tonight. That was great.
Thank you. My gaming hair. I may or may not have washed it in the last week. It goes like that. I'm half Lebanese. It's okay. That's what you do when you have special multicultural hair. Hold on a second. Guy, thank you so much for doing this. You know I'm crazy about you. I'm terrible.
I love you so much.
Aw, you changed the world when you gave me those Kermit drawings. that you made. I mean, I have one, and the person that I really wanted to give one to, I gave them to it. It means such well. I'm about to hit you up. I'll do it just from the information we have with each other. Sorry, guys, business. Because our event in LA, like our big dinner, is May 4th, and we're going to have a silent auction. And I definitely want whatever you want to do for it, and tell me the actual, but they're invaluable, so there's no way to price it. But God bless you. You've been so good with all the stuff we've asked of you. But there's more.
I'm going to I've thought about that already. You know, I've read about it and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do is, so I have a white electric guitar.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint a picture of Kermit playing the banjo and put the Rainbow Connection words on it, and we'll auction that. Is that good? Okay.
It was one of my favorite songs. That's huge. Thank you, friend. Sorry. Thank you, friend. It's really.
The Rainbow Connection is our connection. That's
yeah.
love. Yeah.
It really is. It's so beautiful. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to get out here, blow my snot out of my nose. Take a quick number one. And I'll talk to you later, Guy. Thank you so much. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Bye-bye. Love you, love you, love you.
That fucking guitar. Nobody's going to get a chance. Goodbye.
I'm going to bow out too. Guy and Clyde have a fantastic interview. I will be watching from the wings, I'm sure.
Okay.
I will be. So,
Love
goodbye.
you.
Thank
Guys,
you.
I'll be watching. Feel free to say nice things about me. Somebody's got it.
Okay, let's just start talking about Amy, Clyde.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys,
Okay.
Okay, so I first fell in
but
love
wait,
with Amy.
Guy, before. You know that event that we did together in Louisville, the Galaxy?
Yeah.
I can't. I need a different maybe guy to help me like get into those, because Steve Weber and Tim must be do Superman stuff. Doesn't he do Superman stuff? Tim Daly, but must be like doing stuff. And I'm like, we should do like a Wings reunion. I feel like somebody would want to do that, and we could make money for the foundation. Will you help me figure that stuff out?
Okay, let me help you put that together.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Sorry about our little business we're doing.
Okay. No, it's fine.
Also, the good shit is in. Call me. And what?
All right.
Oh my God, I love her so much.
So let's
Nice
just
shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Familiar.
I was looking today in the closet going, what could I possibly wear that would be appropriate for this? And this leapt out at me, and I'm like, yes, this will work.
Leapt out a piece of delivery guy.
Hey, thank you for joining us, and thank you for being part of this. And as you all saw right there, we have networking in progress with people that are dedicated to what we are dedicating our weekend to, the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. So thank you, Guy, for being a part of this. And for those who don't,
Clyde, it's a year-round thing. And I know this is the that we have these special events during the year, but when I just did Comic-Con LA at the beginning of December, what we did was we took donations there, and put it toward John's foundation, and just anybody that's out there that that might be doing something in the public eye like I do and that Amy does, that's always something that that we can do,
right.
Because it number one, of course, it's making the money to let us do the things that we need to do here, but but it's also bringing awareness that there is a foundation. Right.
Yeah. The weird part was they announced this earlier, what we were going to do for this year. We always pick a charity to benefit, and that was, we were going to do the Aortic Foundation. And around Christmas time, I found out that my son-in-law, who is in his early 30s, was diagnosed with that exact same problem. It has not become a health issue yet, but the kind of work that we're doing this weekend and the donating that comes in and the stuff that you have done and Amy has done is what makes doctors aware to look for that sort of thing, even in a younger patient. So when you think that, this is an interesting benefit, but does it really impact people that I know? Yes, it does. So yes. So, thank you for all that you have done. And thank you, Amy, for all that you have done to make people more aware, because that is where the survivability in that condition lays, is when people already know that you have it and can prevent misdiagnosis of heart attacks and things like that. So, but Guy,
Amy is, of course, Amy is, every day in every way, bringing this to the forefront. And, and obviously, she's got that golden string up to heaven, with John and about all of this. And there are so many things that we can kind of diagnose, and there are things that are preventable. There are a lot of so I get involved in a lot of charities because you just wind up doing that. You're in the public eye and stuff, and there are charities that are televised a lot. They have a lot of commercials. They have a lot of stuff out there, and so the money comes in. Then there's like this foundation with this particular challenge that isn't any of that. And this is really truly a grassroots thing. And the more that we bring it into focus, the more awareness that we have, the less chance there's going to be that these tragedies happen.
Right.
And so it's a great, it's a great blessing to me to have known John, and through John know Amy, and be able to help. Had it not been for knowing John, I wouldn't have known.
Right.
Back then you didn't. You didn't know,
And what a John Ritter thing to do. This kind of a, this sort of a movement of awareness. Everything I've read about him and hearing people talk about him. When I saw him in Hero at Large, I thought,
I love that.
Isn't that great? It's a great show.
I love that movie.
And I was convinced that's him. That character is very him. And I have not seen anything since that made me think differently. But
I mean, when I first met, I met John on, I saw him on 2 production sets, and in both cases, one was a Miss Piggy special. One was a movie that he made with Audrey Hepburn called They All Laughed. And both times he was the same person. That's why he was so incredibly likable and lovable on screen, was because he was being himself, and what a charming, funny, ridiculously talented, humble, and he had this really wicked sense of humor, and he was so great at when he'd look at you when in real life, it was that same look, the look that he gives the camera when he's breaking the fourth wall.
Right.
And it's they're hot, right? Or, yeah, I know I just did that. Yeah, I know I just said that, and he was perfect for the Muppets, because he had so much heart and soul and so much wicked goofiness, and fearless, absolutely fearless,
Mhm.
you know, in his performances, in his physical performances, you know. I mean, that stuff ain't easy.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
he made it look, well, like it hurt, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
He just
yeah.
thought about, you know, yeah.
You just watch him on Three's Company or any where the physical comedy came into play, and you're going, oh, that hurt me just to see it. It's just amazing, amazing talent. Well, before we get too far in, for anyone that doesn't know, our guest this evening
Oh yeah,
is
because I'm not, the characters are right. That's true.
our guest is Guy Gilchrist, and he is literally an architect of our childhoods. Um, his artistic genius shaped a lot of people, including my daughter. Her formative years were almost as he shaped hers almost as much as her mother and I did, because of all of the different creative venues that he's been part of. He began his professional career under the auspices of Weekly Readers, Super Colonel Comics, and at the age of 24, he was hand selected to create Jim Henson's Muppet comic strip, and that was printed worldwide in 660 odd daily newspapers from 1981 to 86. And throughout the years, he's had his hand in such notable cartoons as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry and Tiny Toons and Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock and the Pink Panther, Minnie Mouse. He was instrumental in the creation of the Muppet Babies. From 95 to 2018, he worked on the Nancy comic strip, and Guy has also illustrated or authored or both 500 plus children's books, and he's been the recipient of 3 Children's Choice Awards from the International Reading Council of the United Nations and 2 Silver Rubin Awards. I love the name of those awards, the Silver Rubens from the National Cartoonist Society.
Well, you know what? They're named after Rube Goldberg.
Yes. So, so you have been a busy fella.
Yeah.
You
know, I mean, I just have to go from thing to thing. I just can't keep a gig.
You wear out your welcome and you're just on to the next thing.
It's like the door.
So, any of our listeners or watchers that want to ask questions, feel free. We have our comments up, and we have our lovely engineer Willow will give us questions. As they come up. Yes, thank you, Willow. She's in her Maid Marian outfit in honor of. Oh,
I'll pop in and say hi, if just briefly.
Yes, she's in a Maid Marian costume in tribute to Amy's. Yes, or Queen Marian. Woo.
Yeah. I will hide those for the rest of the remainder of the show. So that way, all eyes will be on you.
But thank you for.
You know, now I'm thinking about it. So you know.
Dream.
Sorry, guys. All right, Miss Piggy.
Yeah, she does. Hey, you know, she flaunts it. You know. She flaunts. I'll tell you, I've known Miss Piggy for 43 years. She keeps taking 20% no matter what, and I'm scared to death. So, you know, I've not said a word. I mean, she's worse than any ex-wife. I mean, you know, there's this picture of me, you know, on the internet and stuff. It was the publicity picture that we did when I first started doing the Muppets. And there's me, and there's one with me and Brad too, my brother Brad, and you know, Piggy, Kermit, and Fozzie, and I'm drawing, and we're actually in the basement in the Muppet Workshop at 117 East 69th in New York. That's where the Muppets were located. That was Jim's headquarters, where all the Muppets were made and all of that in New York. And when we took that picture, anyway, when you look at that picture online, Kermit's so happy I'm doing the strip. Fozzie's so happy I'm doing the strip. Piggy's calling her lawyer.
Perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Um, yeah, in your work, I gotta say, you you have an inherent connection to each of these characters. I mean, you bring out that personality in each one of them. Something that I found out, we talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and the but you designed things for the show, but then people that wore the Halloween costumes, they kind of owe you a debt too, don't they? How did that come about?
Well, yeah, or a lawsuit. I'm not sure what. And those costumes that we used to make, they were like, the different companies, Ben Cooper, Collegeville. I'm old, I forget. But back in the day, so they would have that scary molded plastic thing with the cutouts for the eyes, and then there was that plastic that was one step up from a Glad bag that would be screen printed,
Right.
And
right.
yeah, I drew those masks for better or for worse. I did those faces. Yeah.
Well, back in the same era, you had the Jaws masks, and those were not very well done. But I remember the first time I saw one of yours, I thought, man, they captured those, for those two-dimensional kind of squashed masks. Those are beautiful.
Well, thank you. You know what's funny is, so that mask that I did for those costumes way back when, so somebody took that line art and they have used that now on and this has nothing to do with Kevin and Peter. That's Eastman and Laird and Mirage way back in the day, because it's sold a lot. I don't even know who owns them anymore. But I've seen literally at least 1,000 products that have that drawing that I did from those masks. And you can always tell, because remember, they had no actual eyeballs, art. So they'll put in eyes, and sometimes they put them in wrong on the items. It's very strange, peculiar, funny, whatever. Because people bring me up stuff, at the cons and stuff to sign and draw on, and I'll look at this going, well, I haven't seen this before. Oh, and they've got like anime Sailor Moon eyes on, Donnie or something. It's like, I've got a good turtle story. So we were over in Dubai a few years ago, and I met the gentleman that sang the Turtles theme song in Arabic.
Oh.
Anyway, and he's like a big deal star, sort of like a cross between like a children's singer, and like Rafi, and like James Taylor or something like that. And anyway, he was a huge star. He has his own like television channel and everything throughout Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates. Anyway, so he and I are meeting. So we met for the first time, and we were doing the same Middle East con. And it was like the Beatles were there, Well, this guy was like, is so super famous. And then I was the only turtle guy that was there besides him, And anyway, so we're hanging out. They had like 250,000 people at this con in Dubai. Anyway, so then we're both at the hotel. He doesn't speak a word of English. I don't speak any. Anyway, so we have their very handsome children that are doing the translating for us. So we're hanging out, having coffee and stuff for, a couple of hours. And we get ready to leave. And as we look, we're in the center of this hotel, and it goes up like 3 stories. And, so it's sort of a cutout hookah land sort of courtyard thing. And then all around us are all of these tiers and stuff. And there's an outdoor area and a lobby and all of this. Well, we both get up to leave, and we start to look. There were like 600 people all like standing around with a lot of those weird products that I just described. Like, it's over in Arabia. What do I know, And so and he just looks at me like this happens to him daily.
Yeah.
Crazy. The turtles, and I've been so blessed that these characters that I worked on, of course, the turtles I turned down at first, I'll tell you that story.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. But I've been so blessed because wherever I go, whether it's here in the States or anywhere, even if it's the first time I've been there, I have friends there for 30 or 40 years, because they love the characters. And so then I get to be the recipient, of that love, whether it's love for the turtles or for Jim, Jim Henson and what I did with him, or Chuck Jones and First Freeling and what I did with them, or whatever and whatever. So it's a really cool gig, because it's, that song is in Muppet Movie, there's not a word yet for old friends who've just met, I feel like that a lot.
Reading up about your background and everything, it seemed like you were destined for this right from the start. The whole story, it's got all sorts of famous people that seem to have helped shape Mort Walker.
Yeah.
How did you meet Mort Walker from Beetle Bailey and High and Lois fame?
Yeah. Well, so I was doing Weekly Reader. I was doing the Soprano comics, and I was reading a book. Mort put a book out called Backstage at the Strips, and now I lived in northeastern Connecticut in a very poor sort of area, but Greenwich and that area of Connecticut, which a lot of people know from, the movies and everything. Well, hello, Buffy. Oh, hi. That kind of thing.
Right.
That kind of 1980s, soap opera thing. So that area, of course, is very wealthy and it's sort of a bedroom community of New York City, was at that time. And Mort's from Greenwich. And anyway, he put this wonderful book out called Backstage at the Strips, which talked about his life and all of the cartoonists that he knew, playing golf, having drinks, cocktails, the whole fellowship of the National Cartoonist Society. I had no idea of any of this stuff. And, but I read this book, and in it, he had donated millions of his own dollars and started a museum of cartoon art. That was down in Greenwich. And so as soon as I knew about it, I got the address and I went. And it was glorious. And every month they would have a famous cartoonist that would come and do what they used to call a chalk talk, or at Comic-Cons, they call them panels, right? The old thing was chalk talk. They'd have, board up there, paper, whatever. So sometimes the famous cartoonist, for one, weather or whatever it was, they couldn't show. And so they would look around for anybody to do it for free. And I was always there. So I used to do the talks, and Mort saw me one time and said, hey, you were pretty good doing that stuff. He said, there's just a couple of things. No one knows who the hell you are, and no one knows what the hell you do. So who the hell are you, and what the hell do you do? And so I went out to the truck, and got the comic and brought it in. It was Funny Animal comic. Mort looked at it, said, hey, this is pretty good. We should sign you up to do your own talk. And you could teach, kids how to draw and that kind of thing that you like to do. And we'll put your artwork up. And anyway, so he remembered it in his head. And that was the connection that eventually got me to meet Jim and the Muppets. Mort, about a year or so later, was playing golf with Bill Yates, the head of King Features. And Bill was lamenting the fact that they had the contract for the development of a Muppets comic strip based on the television show that was #1 around the world. And unfortunately, they had like tried out a couple hundred people or something. And Michael Frith and Jim had not approved anyone as of yet. So they're about to lose the deal. And so Mort, in his like total deadpan, he goes, "There's a frog and a pig, right?" And Bill says, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, it's this hippie kid. Hangs out all the time. Draws funny animals pretty good. Call him." And that's how I got the audition.
Wow. And that Museum of Comic Book Art comic strip art has moved around a lot since he started it. Now it is, if I did my research correctly, it's at the Ohio State University Billy Ireland Cartoon Library and Museum has brought all that in together.
Yeah, you absolutely got it right.
Cool.
Yeah, it started off in Greenwich, Field Point Road. Then it got bigger. They bought a castle on the in Rybrook, New York.
Mm-hmm.
And we did, my brother and I, we did this giant stained glass thing for the castle, their Ward Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Then that was sort of falling down, and they had to either, completely renovate it and stuff or do something else. They moved to Boca for a while, Florida for a while. And and now everything's been donated to Ohio State. And I think that that's a wonderful place for it. The curator there is wonderful, and that's been around for a long, long time, and it is the biggest stash of comic strip art in the world.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody's wondering why Ohio State, it's because Milton Caniff of Terry and the Pirates and Steve Canyon, who kind of created the entire genre of the action comic strip. And then that really became comic books. Milton was an alumni of Ohio State, and when he passed, everything he had went to Ohio State, and that's how it got started. Milton was an incredibly good friend and mentor to me as well.
Wow, you knew everybody.
I got around like bad cheese or something.
Just a quick reminder before we go to some of our viewer comments and questions. I'm Clyde Hall, and you are watching the Ritter Rally, the 2023 Multiverse FunRaiser benefiting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. We are part of the Back of the Cereal Box podcast, and our guest right now is the multi-talented illustrator and cartoonist Guy Gilchrist. And that's just the tip of his talents iceberg, really, because yes, there we go. There are some more Muppets. Yes. Thank you, Miss Willow.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. We had Molly Daniels that said, I believe, let's see here. What was your favorite Muppet film?
Oh.
Yes. Do you have a favorite? I'm sorry. Our question came from Kristen Marie. Do you have a favorite Muppet film?
Well, the first three are sort of all tied for all different reasons. When I saw the Muppet movie, the original one, 78, I wasn't working for Jim yet, but I was a huge Muppets fan, and I was a Muppets fan before Sesame Street and any of that. I was a big fan from, Jimmy Dean show with Rolf and the Ed Sullivan show, Red Skelton, and all of that other stuff. First generation. Anyway, I saw that, and I started to feel like film was going to change. That Jim was going to it just blew my mind. It was the first time I'd seen Jim do anything other than the show, and it was so expansive, And of course, he did do that. He did change film. So I love that. But Jim hired me during Caper. So of course I, love that. And of course, I went steady with Diana Rigg, bubblegum cards as a kid. And then, but then of course, Take Manhattan. That's something that's very personal to me. The babies are introduced. That was really at the height of my connections, there, working on everything, the strip, of course, mostly. So all three of them, I love them so much. When I watched Take Manhattan, many of the people that I worked with at 117 East 69th Street are in that movie as extras and all over the streets and through Grand Central and Central Park and all of that, hanging out in the deli, all of that stuff. There's all the people that all the extras are people from Henson Associates, in 84. So, I watched that and it's sort of like home movies or something.
Yeah.
So I can't pick one. It's Sophie's choice here. I can't do it.
That would be like layers. You're looking in the background to see who all you know. That's very cool. Very cool.
And you probably know, but in case you don't, watch very closely in Central Park when you have the coaches going around in Manhattan. Jim is a driver.
Oh,
and he's got the big top hat.
Okay. Something that I was curious about, because I had read where in an interview you said that when you were younger, you did so much work, and it sounds like it, that you felt like you were kind of chained to the desk. You had a lot of time where you had to have your nose to the grindstone and design, produce. So now, in comparison, you are out. How many shows do you do a year? How many conventions and things do you go to?
Well, right now I'm doing a lot of them. What I do is I sort of work it around. I had worked it around my schedule as far as production for a lot of years. I really didn't do very many at all. Doing a daily comic like, Nancy until the beginning of 2018. Of course, that's a full-time job. And then I was also writing books and designing, characters for animation and this and that and whatever on the side. So I didn't do a lot of cons. And then of course, sort of COVID came around. And just as I was saying, well, I'm really loving this meeting people, because back in the old days, unless we had a book tour when I was, writing books, and so we'd go out on the road and hit 80 metros in 2 years or whatever. Unless I was doing that, or I was visiting schools for a project that I was working on, I never really met people. You all grew up. I was working. Yes, I got fan mail and all of that. I wasn't blind to what was going on. But now, last year I did a lot of them. I don't know how many it was, but it had to be like 30 something, I think, that I did appearances. And I meet so many people that the work that I was a part of the team of, and some of the stuff that I did on my own and all of that, but I don't think we really do anything on our own. But the things that I've been a part of mean a lot to people, and I cherish that, and I'm incredibly grateful, and I love the feedback, that I get. And honestly, there are so many incredibly beautiful and sometimes tragic and heartbreaking stories that I hear about, the Muppets. And and what they mean to people, to people that have passed and that kind of thing. And, just the treasured memories and I understand I'm a particle in Jim Henson's vast universe, but you can't meet Jim, but you can tell it to me. And so I understand that I'm a vessel for that. I'm a receptacle to take all of this love in, and I'm handing it off, to the man with the magic that's up there, so I get that. Carol Spinney, who just passed 2 years ago, Carol and I, he's Oscar and Big Bird, he and I were friends starting in 81. And we talked about that all the time, that, he was in production on the TV show. I was in production on comics, books, animation, And you're so happy that what you're doing is loved. And you do have a team around you to do these things. But it's really a solitary thing. And you're just kind of doing this when you create something, or you're producing something, because you don't know. You just don't know. It could mean something to one person. It could mean something to 20 million people. You just don't know. It could fly. It could flop. You don't know. You're just putting your heart into it. And, in my case, it's, I've got a, piece of paper in front of me, and I'm, trying to make it sing for you,
You seem to go, you were good at doing the design and the production, and now you're good at being that advocate for paper art and for that, like you say, being the conduit for the respect that the Jim's work and others have done. But it's just
one of the things, Clyde, that I always do is I have a picture of myself and Jim, and a lot of times I like to ask little children, because they say Kermit. They point to Kermit. I'll have a Kermit doll on my table and stuff, or the pictures of Kermit. I'll say, "That's a Kermit," and I'll say, "Yes." And do you know who that is? It's wonderful that Disney does what they do in keeping Jim's characters, the Muppet characters. Brian's doing his own thing with Fraggles and all of that. But it's wonderful that the characters are being kept alive. But it's very important also that we keep Jim's character alive. When I draw Kermit, if you guys follow me on social or any of that, and go ahead and do that if you don't, or go look at stuff, it's everywhere. So when I draw Kermit a lot, I'll put a thought of Jim's on the picture, with the drawing of Kermit, so that people will remember. Because Jim wanted to change the world, and he did, and we continue to, and we try real hard, and we're goofy and silly, and we break things, to get out of something if we don't have a punchline. But in the heart of it all is heart. Everybody loves everybody. Everybody cares about everybody. The Muppet universe, we love everybody. We accept everybody, and, hey, if you're not into chickens, you're into, penguins, no judgment here. Okay. And thankfully, through Jim, I met John. I met John Ritter. So let's see. Okay. So we're working on a Miss Piggy special in Toronto for ABC.
Oh, there we go.
That's it. That's it. I will tell you what, between John and George Hamilton, oh my God. I couldn't get arrested on that set. Oh, those cute girls. Nobody was looking at me. So we were on, so that was at Channel 9 in Toronto. That's the same place, by the way, that we filmed Fraggle Rock. Anyway, so John had, I was watching John do a scene in the show. And then he came off stage, and because I had a meeting with Jim that day, and it was one of the most important days of my life with Jim. And I can get into that in a bit. But anyway, John just came down, sat at the same table that I was, and I was drawing pictures because Brian Henson, you know, Brian's just a couple years younger than me. And at that age, though, it's like, it seems like a lot younger, you know? And Brian was asking me to draw pictures of, like, you know, Kermit and Gonzo and stuff like that. And he was giving them to all the dancing girls, the dancers. I said, Brian, why are you asking me to draw all this stuff? I said, you know, why aren't you just getting pictures, you know, getting photos from your dad? And he goes, yeah, well, Dad won't draw anything, you know. So, so I'm sitting doing that and waiting on my meeting with Jim. And I started to tell John what a huge fan I was of his, and also of his dad's. And you know, I write some country music and write songs and stuff. I was a huge Tex Ritter fan. And so John, it was like honestly, in like a minute and a half, you felt like you met your brother, your best buddy, whatever you want to call it, because you already felt like you knew John from TV. It was the same guy, you know. And so we just had a wonderful time talking. And then whenever I could get to New York, if he was in New York, I would see him. And so I saw him when he was making the movie with Audrey Hepburn and Ben Gazzara. It was a Peter Bogdanovich movie. Gosh, I got to meet Audrey Hepburn. You know, just like, you can't believe, you know, oh my God, it's like, really? I couldn't believe that Audrey Hepburn was real. You know, unlike John, you know, there's just some things you're just kind of going, no way. And yeah, way, you know.
Yeah, way.
Way. But the few times that I saw John, as I said, I always felt like we were brothers immediately. You know, he was so engaging and so loving and so goofy. He was, there he is.
Yeah.
Oh, look, spring has sprung. Gonzo's got a new date. Look out. You know, you never know with Gonzo. Is the spring going to be a prop or a date? We really don't know. Muppet Magazine. I know that when John did that, when John did that, I saw John in New York when he was shooting that for Muppet Magazine. Jim Mahan and Jim Mahan did such an amazing job on Muppet Magazine. That was so much fun. There's probably people that are watching that used to get that when they were kids, and I will tell you, it was 100 times even more fun to put together than it might have even been to read. Had so many wonderful people in it, you know, John being one. And you know, you look at that picture of John and the Muppets. It's like, you know, he's just meant to be there.
They're bookends. They're just bookends. It's perfect. It's
I
perfect.
know.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey, we've got some questions here.
Okay.
George Buehler says, I recently rediscovered the Muppet Family Christmas Special and was so moved by Jim's cameo at the end. Did the second appearance of the Muppet Babies cement this new format for the franchise?
Well, the idea behind the family Christmas was Jim had really expanded the show, the Muppet Show. I think it was the last year of production of the Muppet Show, I believe. Fraggles was happening, and and Jim was not a performer. He did perform a couple of Fraggles, but he was a director and a producer in Fraggles. And then on Sesame Street, Jim was basically, him and Frank would come in to Sesame Street and do all of their work, in New York over a week or two, shoot all of their stuff, their sequences together. And Jim was doing, Labyrinth and building to Storyteller and all of this stuff and expanding this world of puppetry and special effects. And so I feel like it was a way to bring all the love and energy together. It was the only time that we ever did that, where we were crossing all of those lines. I mean, yes, Big Bird makes a cameo in Muppet Movie and all of that, but this was intentional, on Jim's part. And Jim in the kitchen doing the dishes as the cook for all of this stuff. Perfect. Perfect. Because I think that that's kind of the way that he looked at it. That behind the scenes, he loved to take you behind the scenes. He was really the first person. Because back in the day, Ray Harryhausen, for instance, wouldn't take you behind the scenes to show you how the magic happened. And Jim was this incredible magician, but sort of the anti-magician, in that he wanted to show you his secrets. But anyway, so he'd be in the back creating all of this silliness, love, goofy stuff, this brilliant majesty stuff. And he just peeked out in the middle of the whole universe that he had created and said hi. And I'll tell you, man, every year when I watch that particular, most of the time I just watch sort of the ending. It gets me because I miss that guy.
Yep. We all do.
Yeah. The babies are very special in that, as I said, Jim was doing an awful lot of stuff. Now, all of that exploratory stuff, the bill was being footed by Jim, okay? Because, whoever it was, Universal or whatever, could never conceptualize the things that Jim was thinking. He was 5 and 10 years into the future. No one could see a movie made by Jim Henson that didn't have Kermit in it. Then they couldn't see it that didn't have, comedians and, and a guest host and humans and all of that. So one of the things that Muppet Babies did, and I feel like, the comic strip was a stepping stone, because when you look at my drawings of the Muppets, and then we look at the babies as they're created, they're very close. That gave us an opportunity to bring the Muppet sensibilities, Jim's sensibilities, into Saturday morning without Jim having to actually do that, and he could be working on all of this stuff. And then all the toys and the merch and the, everything that was coming into the company and allowing the company to really do expansive artistic things. So it was pretty neat little infinity ring we had.
Right.
Yeah.
Another question here.
I probably didn't even answer his question.
Let's see. Oh, Molly Daniels. Hi, Molly. She
Hi,
wants to know if you're going to be at the Heroes for Kids and Superman celebration again this year.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it this year.
Oh,
thank you for asking. But what I try to do is get as many places as I can. And the thing about cons, and thank you, Molly. I had a great time last year, and I'm sure I'll do it at some point again. The thing about cons and appearances is that it's really crazy that like every weekend, basically, there are about 3 or 4 going on somewhere.
Right.
And so the really big towns, I'll try to do them every year, but you never know. But I try to do the really big ones every year because there's a lot of people coming through. So a lot of, turnover, and a lot of people didn't get a chance to meet you last year and whatever. And then I try to do places that I've never been. I was just in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'd never been there. Oh my gosh, that was a blast last week. And so I do try, like I had never ever been to that town with Heroes for Kids. So that was absolutely wonderful to do that. And I do hope to get back there again. But Molly, I hope I get to see you at some point, somewhere. I'm everywhere. So
Ryan Permison had a question that it was further up on the feed, but he wanted to know if you had a comfort food movie, one that you could just watch over and over and over again. It's that, you've got some spare time and you just put that one on and you can watch it numerous times and always enjoy it.
You mean something that I was involved in or something, or just?
I think just in general.
Oh, just my own thing. Oh yeah, without a doubt. I can watch, I can watch Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein as many times as you can show it.
My brother, yes. Yes.
I mean, what else do you want? You got Abbott and Costello and everybody.
Yes, yes.
What else did you possibly want, in a movie? And there are a lot of that. There are a lot of movies like that. I love The Time Machine. I could watch that. The original Time Machine with Yvette Mimieux and Bautista. I could watch that forever. Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh, why wouldn't you want to watch that? It's on, And then there are those movies. There are those movies that suck you in every single time. You're clicking along, and you see, I don't know, Tommy Boy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How are you going to leave Tommy Boy? You can't.
Right.
You're sucked in. That's it.
Yep.
But yes, yeah. There's it's sort of a lot of that, and an interesting thing too is that when Disney finally put out the majority of the Muppet shows, and I hadn't seen them in a long time. I still have all of the Beta Max tapes that Jim gave me, of course. I have everything, but I don't have anything to play them on anymore. And switching them over, no, I just look at them, and because it's very special that way. But anyway, I started watching, especially the last year of the Muppets, because that was a time that I was very involved. And watching Crystal Gale and that season, I'm like I'll watch it over and over and over again because I'm just tossed back. And also every once in a while, I'll find out that there's going to be someone, and I just saw Crystal the other day, and she's still beautiful and an angel and everything. But every once in a while, I'll know, like Vincent Price's daughter was going to be at a con that I was going to be at. So I rewatched quite a few times some Vincent Price movies, but of course also that very famous Muppet Show with Vincent Price.
Yes, yes. We're running out of time, but before we go, I wanted to tell you, if you have not checked out Guy's musical talents, go look up a video.
You have good taste. We're going to change that on you.
You got to go listen to a song called Jim Beam Me Up, Scotty.
I will definitely look that up.
And for the
watch the video. We animated it.
I know. I was gonna say for the art and for the music, but oh my gosh, I giggled like a kid. That's great. So
I have to thank you for bringing one of my favorite Muppets to life, Gonzo.
Yeah.
Kristen's brother actually drew a picture and wanted to show you.
Let me see. Oh, that's wonderful. Great job.
Yes. Well, Willow.
Yes, and Donatello is also one of my favorite characters.
Yes. Just to remind everybody, this is part of the Ritter rally, and we would like to thank Guy Gilchrist for making our Multiverse fundraiser a success and helping out as we promote to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health this weekend. So we are going to run a promo, Willow, here in a second to kind of explain what we're all about. But Guy, thank you so much for taking time out to talk with us.
It's my pleasure, and let me just personally say that Jim truly believed that we could change the world. Anybody that's watching this, you can. Okay, Jim had a philosophy that there were really big things like the Cold War at that time, and racial inequality, and that there were one person could only do like so much. So we start to focus on one person at a time, one thing at a time, and changing the world one little piece of love at a time. This is an opportunity for us all to do that. So anyone that is a Turtle fan, is a Muppet fan, loves any of the things that I've worked on, Looney Tunes, Tiny Tunes, all that stuff, look to your heart and then help this. The heart's right there in this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Love energy is the rainbow connection.
Yes. Thank you. And we're going to run our promo, and then stay tuned because Chris Gouche and mediator Ryan Permison is coming up next.
Referee now?
Referee, yes. Ryan's going to be our referee. But thank you all for joining us, and thank you, Guy. Have a good rest of your evening.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse fundraiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right. I guess we'll bring up the people.
I was going to say, I think you have the wrong face. No, I'm just kidding.
I got the wrong face, but
click the buttons just like everybody else.
It's fine, Clyde. You still look fabulous with that green turtle shirt on. Turtle power, my friend.
I was so happy I found this. I had almost forgotten that I had it, but yeah, so perfect.
I love it. I have to get myself one of those one day. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. It is. It's good to be here. It's good to see everybody. Greetings and salutations. Happy Flashback Friday. It is the Multiverse Fundraiser 2023. Thank you all for having us. My name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. I'm going to be your host for this panel. I'm going to be your moderator, not mediator, guys. I don't know if I want to work in that type of office.
Referee, Brian.
I don't know if I want to work in that type of office environment, but I am happy to be a moderator, which is the correct term that we're going to be using over the course of this broadcast. But it's good to see you all. Please welcome our special guest at this time. He has played so many different characters on so many different shows. He's a wonderful person inside and out, I'm sure.
Oh.
Chris Gouche is here. Chris, am I saying that right? Is it Gouche?
Gouche.
Gouche. I'm so
like
sorry.
Gochay.
I'm sorry that I butchered that.
That's
My
all right.
bad.
That's all right.
I'm probably going to lose 5 or maybe 10 Republic credits for that, but it's all right. I'm sure I can go back to Tatooine and have something to drink.
That's all right. That's all right.
Something to have at the Mos Eisley spaceport. You will never find the more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. But Chris, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I got to ask you right off the bat, if you don't mind. Do you have any favorite memories of the one and only John Ritter, or any connections to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health there, Chris?
Absolutely. He was the king of physical comedy. I mean, I remember going home. I remember watching Three's Company with my mom. It was like a tradition. It was a ritual, essentially. I think any actor worth his salt in any kind of like physical comedy would have watched John Ritter and recognized the genius for what it was.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cannot agree with you more. That is a fair point. Is there a favorite movie or appearance that John made in the past that you enjoy watching the most?
I think just the Three's Company. I mean, it was such an integral part of my growing up. Like, honestly, my mom and I would watch that together religiously.
Oh, man. That's amazing. 2 thumbs way, way up.
Yeah, way up.
Yeah. So for the Multiverse Fundraiser, which is presented by Back of the Cereal Box, I got to ask you this. What was your favorite Saturday morning cartoon, and what was your favorite breakfast cereal to eat while watching that said cartoon?
There was a few. I loved Captain Caveman. I might be dating myself with that one. Great bait. But Captain Caveman, bar none. And Cinnamon Toast Crunch wasn't around then, I don't think. But I probably would have had Fruit Loops. It's pretty standard, but there you go.
Yeah. Fruit Loops. Oh my gosh, all the magical colors, and you got the toucan trying to shove more into your bowl. You know
exactly.
I mean?
Give me that sugar. How are you guys?
Oh, well, Clyde, I mean, you've been around for longer than I have, let's be perfectly honest. So I'm just curious, Clyde.
How would you answer in life, yes, it's true. I'm old.
Okay. How would you answer that, though, Clyde? Any thoughts?
I'm sorry?
Any thoughts? Favorite Saturday morning cartoon or favorite breakfast cereal?
Oh, Johnny Quest, when I was young, was very, of course, it was made for prime time. So that explains a lot. The quality was quite high, production values and the humor. But yeah, that was kind of that and Space Ghost. Alex Toth. Yeah. That was, those were first run kind of things when I was little. And breakfast cereal, it was kind of hard to beat Quisp or Quake. And it was back and forth. You don't know Quisp and Quake?
No.
Oh, we got a little spaceman that was Quisp, and they had kind of a oat with sugar encrusted, kind of like UFOs. And then Quake was an Australian superhero guy, and he had like big nuggets that very similar kind of flavor. But they were always debating back and forth about the folks that did the Rocky and Bullwinkle show, Jay Ward Productions, do these cartoons where they were both fighting back and forth all the time. So that was the most memorable cereal from back then.
Interesting. Well, I guess for me it would be Frosted Flakes because they're great. And, yeah, Tony and I are good friends, by the way. Tony the Cereal Tiger, good to see you. I hope you're watching this at home.
Name dropping.
Yeah, sorry. You know, I may have a few famous friends here and there. Whatever. Who knows? But I guess what was it? Saturday morning cartoon. This was a live action, so that wouldn't count. But I'm gonna flip that. I'm gonna go with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Spider-Man, the animated series of the '90s, because I'm a '90s kid, and Fox Kids was a thing.
Yeah.
Back in the '90s, and I'm not ashamed to say it. The '90s were great, not just for cereal, but for Saturday morning cartoons as well.
Have you guys seen Captain Caveman?
Oh yeah.
I don't believe I have.
And the Teen Angels.
It's trippy. It's so. He had like a cave. Was it on the top of a van that he lived in? And he would just come out and he would be insane. He'd go, Captain Caveman.
Gee whiz, because Kristen Marie chimes in.
I kid you not.
She says Captain Caveman, and then also Molly Daniel says Captain Caveman rocks. So, goodness gracious.
Taste.
Well, Chris, let me ask you this: what was your experience like working on such films as there was Agent Cody Banks, Once Upon a Time? You were the guy in the Surveillance Van. Didn't have a name actually. You were just known as Surveillance Van Agent or whatever it was.
Oh, what?
Yeah, you didn't even have a name in the credits because I looked it up. What was your experience working on that?
Oh, it was incredible. It was so good. Frankie was great. And of course, for me, I just got to be comic relief. So like farting in a van is like my bread and butter. And being the gadgets guy, I mean, you know, being the sort of Q, I don't know if I was the inventor of such gadgets, but I definitely got to give them to Frankie. It was crazy. It was a big deal. I was on it for a good portion of it. I had a lot of days on that show, and it was one of my first big movies that I did. So all the trappings, like all the cool sets, all the cool props, everything. It was absolutely amazing.
Oh man, that is some great stuff.
But
I remember watching that film a number of times. You know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it would have been. What year did it come out? Like
2003, actually, 2003.
2003. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Around. Yeah, I believe it was 2003. Yeah, it was 2003 if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can always Google it after the show, see if I can be correct.
It was around there for sure. It was like 10 plus years ago for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember showing up and looking the way I do. Like, you know, you would expect one of these guys to be like a suit wearing type fellow. But whenever I would pull up to like a new location, they'd be like, extras parking is over there. And you have to pull out the card and go, oh, actually, I'm an actor on this.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, oh, you're an actor, are you? It happens. It happens.
Oh, I see. Now, moving away from the comedy aspect for just a bit here, there was a mini-series. It was made into it was a television movie / mini-series. It was called Earthsea.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fantasy adventure genre. What was it like working in that, especially Earthsea? Because Earthsea looked really cool.
Earthsea was so awesome. I mean, it's kind of a shame they didn't get to use proper representation because, as I understand it, in the Ursula K. Le Guin books, my character was meant to be played by a black or brown person. So I was like, you know, I kind of benefited from a bad thing there. But it was incredible. I mean, we were on the ocean. We were in the mountains. We had such really cool locations. And then we did like a massive stint that happened to be just like, I don't know, like 2 kilometers away from me. So when we were in studio, it was like a quick drive down there. And then when we were on location, it was just these beautiful exotic locations. I mean, we were in the ocean for, I don't know, like a week and a half or something like that. Just Sean and I in this like rickety, tiny little like movie boat. So like it was seaworthy, but it was, I don't think it was, you know, like it wouldn't have passed a lot of inspections, maybe. It was just like a rickety thing. And it had to look like a sort of fantasy genre style boat, right? It was great. It was so much fun. And it was so nice to be there throughout the entire journey. It's always nice when you're on a show and you kind of get to feel it from beginning to end, you know, and to be a part of it. It's tough sometimes as a character actor because you come in for 1 or 2 episodes and you're the new guy. And you just get sort of a taste of that set. So with this set, it was incredible because we were all there together. We were all a family. We were all supportive of each other. It was pretty amazing. And I feel like the final product looked really good too.
Absolutely. You had a number of actors that you work with Mr. Iceman himself from X-Men.
Yeah.
Sean, and you had Kristen Crook, you know, who played Lana on the hit TV series Smallville. We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of other stuff. By the way, if you are just joining us for the first time, make sure you like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you have any questions for Chris, I should say, geez, my words. Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. We'll bring them up as we can. No problem there. So with that being said, let's address that for a second. And for those of you who may be wondering, why is this person wearing a red jacket and a blue shirt? Well, because they were worn by the iconic character known as Clark Kent in the hit TV series known as Smallville. Chris, you've had a hand in that legacy of Smallville. You played not 1, but 2 very different characters. You were a Luthor Corp technician in the beginning of your time on set, and then later on you played Toyman. What was the experience like working with Tom Welling and company?
So doing the Luthor Corp technician, Michael, his last name?
Oh,
again?
Rosenbaum.
Rosenbaum,
Yes.
of course. Michael Rosenbaum was friggin' great. He invited me into his trailer and I was a relatively new actor at the time, so it was quite sort of thrilling. And then he'd be like, "We're just gonna like improvise a little bit," and I'm like, "It's kind of out of my pay grade," but he's like, "Just do it, it'll be fun." So we had a lot of fun on that one. I'm not sure any of the improv made it to the final cut, but so that was a very early job, and it was incredible. And then moving to Toyman was amazing. That was around the time of Dexter was really big. So I kind of did my own interpretation of Dexter to audition for the role. And that's kind of where my Toyman came from, because he's not, as you know, doesn't have like powers per se. He's just sort of like this genius that, like makes toys into bombs. So it was great to play that. And I had to bring the sinister from somewhere else. I couldn't rely on, like zapping somebody or, crazy strength or whatever. So it had to be sort of menacing. Otherwise, it was one of the funnest departures for me, because prior to that, I had basically been doing sort of like Luther Corp technician style roles or just funny stuff. So to get to be, like dark and ominous was a massive gift. And I really thank Smallville for that.
Yeah, and there's actually a fun fact about your time on Smallville. During the blooper reels that came out on the DVD or the Blu-ray releases of Smallville with each season respectively, there's a blooper reel in I believe it's season 3, where you play the Luther Corp technician, where you're in the facility and Rosenbaum is walking by you, and this was during the blooper reel, so this was kind of like improv and things like that. He says to you, "Mr. Luther, oh, hey, long-haired freak, where's Molly?" Molly? Yeah, she loaned me this last night. Oh, thank you. I was looking for it. It's not porn, is it? So what if
I
it
haven't
is?
seen it.
Yeah. Oh, it's on YouTube. You can find it.
You just look up bloopers.
Smallville bloopers, and it's there.
And it's it's early
season 3.
Season 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's there. Yeah. It says it's not what, is it? And then you say to him, "Well, what if it is?" And then he's like, "I'm gonna." And then you yell at him. You're like, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" And then you just run off set. You just run.
So at least it made it to blooper reels. That's incredible.
It did.
Yeah. Good.
Yes, it did. And I thought that was one of the funniest bloopers of Smallville I'd seen.
But he was so like that. He was like, "Let's just have fun." And when a set welcomes you, and you're allowed just to mess around, it's otherworldly. It's incredible.
It absolutely is. I couldn't help myself but laugh during those.
As you should.
It's too good for words. Gee whiz. Yeah. It just gives you the most random name in the book. Hey, long-haired freak, where's Molly?
Good times, man. It's good times.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but Michael Rosenbaum and Tom Welling host a show called Talkville, where they're going back and watching all the episodes of the show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think
so. If you get an opportunity, you should go on that show where you do make your appearance in season 3. You should be a guest on their show.
I should be in there.
Yeah.
I'd like to wait until it's Toyman.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, granted, that's not going to be for
that would be a little bit more for me to chew on.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, that's true. That's fine. That isn't going to be for a while because they only drop 1 episode a week.
Right.
So you're going to be waiting.
Going to be a slog.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
2025, here I come.
Exactly. Molly Daniels is here with us. She has a question for you, and that question is, what was your favorite episode of Eureka?
Oh, this is a funny one because it was the one where I was running for mayor, and Fargo was my guy. That one was incredible, except that I was wearing a suit, and it was the dead of summer. It was so hot, and I don't know if you're aware, but I'm a little bit big boned. And so for me, it was torturous, but at the same time, to have all that sort of like pomp and circumstance around me was incredible. There's too many to name. There was the one with me, Spencer, Fargo. We were all in the trailer. It was like sort of a bottle episode one. That one was incredible. There's so many. There's so many. But the one where I was running for mayor was really cool. And the last one, I think the last one, just because it was so special, and we we had Will there, Will Wheaton, and it was just really emotional. I'm kind of a sucker for tugging on the heartstrings. So.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with that at all.
No.
Of course not. With Eureka, great stuff, and then you go on to, and hence, I may be wearing a red jacket, but you had to wear a red beanie during the course of your stint on a wonderful show known as Once Upon a Time as Mr. Shmee. Mr. Shmee. What are some of your favorite moments about working on Once Upon a Time?
The whole thing. I know that's like a cop-out answer, but like right from the very start, during the audition process, obviously these things have to be hush hush, and it wasn't Mr. Smee in the slides. But I kind of had a sense that that's who it was, so I did sort of a Bob Hoskins style accent, sort of talking like that and all that, and so I went through the audition process, and they had me come back in. They had me do it sort of more contemporary, more just my voice, which they ended up going with. And then they brought me back, and they wanted the Hoskinsy thing. And at this point, I knew it was me. And it was still undecided. I had booked the part, but it was still undecided as to what accent I was going to be using. So I prepared it both ways. And then my first scene was on the ship when I met Hook, Colin O'Donoghue, of course. And I still didn't know at that point. And I just said, what do you want? And they just said, well, just do it contemporary just to be safe or whatever. And so that's how it happened. And Colin and I came on at the same time. So it was nice to have somebody coming up with me into the show. But amazing. Like, we got to do the stuff on the Jolly Roger is actually, I can't remember the name of the ship. I'm sure somebody will say it. But it's a real ship that trains people to work on ships. So we had that for the weekend, and we're actually out. And this thing was like a Cadillac. I mean, you would look out to the land, and you would see a landmark, and then you would go about doing the scenes and stuff like that. You wouldn't feel it move at all, and then suddenly you'd look out, and you would be like miles down the coast. It was that smooth. And funnily enough, when we did the stuff in studio, they had it going like this constantly. So it was easier on the old Gutteroony to do it on the ocean than it was to do it in the studio, funnily enough. But the whole process was amazing. I got to work with Emily. I got to work with Rumpelstiltskin. Was so good. That was like a masterclass in acting because he was in full Rumple makeup, and I just remember being petrified, which I was supposed to be, so it kind of helped there. But it was amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. And what was it? Robert Carlyle, who portrayed Rumpelstiltskin. He's a master. He's a hashtag like a boss. Because I actually just finished watching him play the character of Dr. Rush on Stargate Universe.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. If you have not seen that, Chris, you should definitely watch Stargate Universe.
Yeah, I should. I was on Stargate Atlantis, and I was on Stargate SG-1, but I was never on that one.
Didn't give you the trifecta?
They didn't give me the trifecta. Shame on them. Shame on them, I say.
I wonder why, because then you could have worked with Rumple again.
Yeah, that would have been cool. I tell you though, man, it was like, he is so good, and he says what he did in his process was he would, as Rumpelstiltskin, pick up a little bit of everybody that he sort of engaged with, and he would sort of suck the kind of like sinisterisms or the attributes that could benefit Rumpelstiltskin out of each of those characters. So there would be, if you go back and watch it again, you watch him carefully, he's got bits of everybody in him, in his performance. It's amazing. And he's so engaging. Like, you don't have to act, you just have to sit across from him and react. There's certain actors you can do that with. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you don't have to put anything on.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah. I definitely understand where you're coming from in that aspect. Kristen Marie is here. Kristen, I wonder who that could be. She chimes in. She says, "Do you have any funny stories from the Eureka set, Chris?"
Oh, it was all just tomfoolery. It was so much fun. I mean, I had a lot of stuff with Fargo, with Neil Grayson, and we would just goof. We would just make little videos and stuff. I'll post one. I think it's on my Instagram already, but I'll put it back to the top of the page after this. We would make videos together all the time and like just goof off. It was great. We did like sort of like Silent-y style films and stuff. It was really like that was the show that introduced me to sort of the familial aspect of film. You have it in theater all the time, but in film you don't necessarily get that unless you're recurring on a show or something. So basically any tomfoolery with Neil. Colin was great too. Colin joked around all the time too.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. You know, you mentioned something about Ruffle being sinister. Well, I don't think there's anything more sinister than being stabbed through the chest by Jason Voorhees in a little indie film called Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah.
So
I grew up as a Jason fan, and you know, I feel bad because you know, I love my scene with Jason, but Nightmare on Elm Street was the creme de la creme of horrors when I was growing up. Campy be it, but just his sense of humor, it was so macabre and so like, I think before films became self-aware about their sort of like silly gags and stuff like that. So I was a massive fan of that and really wanted to be killed by Freddy, but Jason was the second place, and it was super fun too. It was a night shoot when we did the machete through the chest scene, and I ended up crashing my car the morning after because we worked from like, I think it was like 5 p.m. till about 6 a.m. And you know, that's a whole other kind of story, but the cornfield stuff, like getting to be that Shaq character, that like ignorant jock, like who you just love to watch get killed, was amazing. It was so much fun. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on into it too. I have what's called a squib, so that's a thing that will shoot blood out. This particular squib had a hose running from my chest down my pant leg, out of my pant leg, and then about 100 feet back. So they had this like thing like kind of ready to go. So the blood would have been about there. The hole in my shirt was about here. And kind of on impact, when the director shouted, you know, like, he's hit, you would have to just like gush the blood out. And you can see in the film too, I'm like running with blood in my mouth. You can see my cheeks kind of puffed up like that. So it's interesting doing that kind of stuff. It's awkward, but that's the magic of movies. They make it look as cool as it does, or however it comes out. And that was one of my favorites in sort of like a childhood dream standpoint, to be a part of though, like not only just one of those franchises, but both of them married together was incredible.
Well, it truly was a mashup.
It was a mashup.
It really was. Once again, this is the Multiverse FunRaiser benefiting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you want to learn more, you want to make a donation, the link is being scrolled across the bottom of your screen. The links are located within the description of this video as well. We're talking with Chris Gouche. Am I saying that right? Got it. Yes.
Gouchey. Gouche.
I get my 10 points back. Fantastic. Thank you. Public credits. The parental credit no good yet. Anyway,
you're doing well. You did better than a lot of people do. I've had everything from Gauthier to Guenther. I was actually credited in Insomnia as being Chris Guenther. Like in the actual credits. I don't know how they got that. There's all these contracts you have to sign, so my name's like clearly written. And then I went to the movie theater to watch it, and it was Chris Guenther, Gunther. Maybe it was like somebody just said, I don't know, it's like Guenther or something.
Boy, the mistakes that have been made over the course of time. Like, goodness gracious. Oh, boy. Molly Daniels is here once again. She has a question. She says, do you plan to appear at any Comic-Cons this year?
It's never out of the question. I was on the Once Upon a Time cons, and those were great. We did, I don't know how many, a whole bunch, probably like 5 or 6 a year from, I don't know, 2017 maybe it was 2016. I'm not totally sure. But we had like karaoke events at the thing. It was like Friday karaoke or Saturday karaoke, and then like just so many fun things. And I hosted a lot of those as well, which was really great. I'm always open to it. It's just a matter of timing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you ask for me, they may.
Well, I would say you are certainly one guest that everyone should invite to their conventions. If I do say so myself. But with that being said, we've gone all over the map here. But for just a moment, with your time on Smallville, you actually worked with Lois Lane herself, Erica Durance, on a movie called The Butterfly Effect 2.
Yeah. It was a very quick. That was, like I said before, about like just jumping into a show. I think I had like 2 days maybe on that show.
Oh wow.
It's hard to get sort of like into those, or like to bring back a lot of stuff from it. It was a fun shoot. I'm sure there was David James Lewis was also in that one, who I worked with on Harper's Island, and probably many other things. It's such an insular world here in Vancouver. If you work, you generally work, and you work with a lot of the same people. But yeah, it was fun. It was great.
Oh, there you go. And you did mention Harper's Island. Any fun stories from the set of working on that?
Man, that show was crazy. Nobody knew when they were going to die. None of us. So as the audience didn't know, they wanted to sort of keep that with us. So they would, if it was your time to go, you would get a call from the producer. So if you ever saw the producers come up on your phone, you were like, oh shit, pardon me. Oh poop. And so they would say, are you sitting down? Or would you like to sit down for it? This is like the day before the scripts come out for the next episode type thing. Are you sitting down? Would you like to sit down? So I'm afraid at the end of this one, you go. So it was an interesting way to kind of like to navigate that environment, but also really cool. Like as long as you kind of just were content to go whenever, you were fine. But if you were, like if you were really ego driven about it and you really, saw your value as being really, really high on the show or something, or you wanted to be the killer, you would be sadly disappointed. But it was every day was an adventure on that one. Again, that was kind of like an Earthsea one where we got to go out into the woods. And I love how they represented the supernaturalness of where we shoot, like Vancouver. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah, and then just all the sets and just the inventive ways that they ended up killing us off. I think it was like far too far ahead of its time. I feel like that type of show in today's context would be something everybody would be clamoring about, And I'm kind of regretful that they didn't do it later for that reason. It was so much fun. And we all bonded, and like there was gifts given out to the person that was gonna, be off to that week. It was amazing. I still hang out with Sean Rogerson to this day.
Oh, that's fantastic. And yeah, such actors and actresses on there included, I believe Christopher Gorham was on there.
Yeah, Chris Gorham, he was great. I had a really sort of tender scene with him, and that was just amazing. It was just he and I in the room, and just so tender. It was lovely.
Yeah, I remember Chris Gorham playing a role on Jake 2.0. I really like that show too.
Oh yeah.
That was certainly a good one.
Yeah,
absolutely. Is there a movie that you can watch over and over again and not get tired of it?
I like The Fisher King. I can watch over and over again. It's so textured. It's with Robin Williams.
Oh, the late great Robin, yeah.
The late great Robin Williams, and who probably would have. He did know John Ritter actually, but it was he. I don't want to give much away, but he was like this sort of big dude. He was like he got Robin Williams, and his wife gets shot, and so he kind of throws everything away, and Jeff his life to be a houseless person and live on the streets. And he lives in this and it's Terry Gilliam who directs it. So you can imagine sort of the dwellings of these people, like kind of under the bridge. And it's just this like magnificent, crazy sort of dwelling that these people all live in. And then it's Jeff Bridges, I think. I'm going to just bring it up. It's Jeff Bridges, and he's this like really cynical radio sort of DJ, a Howard Stern type of guy. And so basically these two end up meeting up, and then they sort of have this journey together. And it's about sort of being cynical and becoming uncynical and being human. And I feel that Terry Gilliam just has such a beautiful, profound way of exemplifying that sort of thing. It's so colorful and trippy as well. Like it's everything good and juicy.
I'm gonna have to add that to my watch list.
You haven't seen Fisher King? Oh my!
As much as I love Robin, I always have and always will. There are still some films within his filmography that I have yet to see, and that's just one of them.
Yeah, dude, you will not. It's 91.
Yeah.
So that might be part of the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was a bit young. I was only 4. I was only 4 at the time.
Yeah. So fair dues. Fair dues. So Jeff Bridges. Oh man, so many good. Laura Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I won't go into listing all the actors. But yeah, trust me on this one. Watch it. First time I saw it, I just went out and I cried. I was so I was so touched. I was so moved by it. And it's an epic adventure. It's kind of like a quest for the Holy Grail type thing, as well.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Granted, when I think of the Holy Grail, I'm thinking of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Well, there's kind of this parallel between knights and stuff like that. You'll see in the movie. It's amazing. It's Terry Gilliam, so he was a member of Monty Python, right? So it's all just this inventive, absolutely trippy stuff.
That's a fair point. I have to add it to my list. Comic Books, the new class, which I believe is being helmed by our good friend Crayley. She chimes in. She says, "Loved you so much in the TV in Supernatural. One of my favorite plots within the show, and you played Ronald's character so well."
Ah. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was one of the most nurturing things that I've done as an actor, because if you haven't seen this episode, he's this conspiracy theorist who the boys come over. They know he happened to work at this bank, and I worked at this bank where this robbery took place or whatever. And I worked with this fellow named Juan, who I believe was taken over by a mandroid. And he plays it like he honestly believes it. And he talks about, he has this whole plot in his head where the mandroid could be moving to next and all this kind of stuff. And he was such a lovely, lovely character. He really believed it. And the boys got all this valid information from my character, Ronald, and went to the next bank. But I happened to be doing sort of my own vigilante mission also. And I went to the bank and I took over the bank because I wanted to stop this mandroid. And I end up kind of helping them throughout this episode. And it's just really sweet. It was so nice to be this tender man. And also to be able to get to shoot a gun in a bank was pretty amazing. Legitimately. Like they had a squib in the ceiling and I just went in and fired off blanks and the ceiling was like dust falling down. It was incredible.
Huh.
Yeah.
I was not aware of this. By the way, Crayley chimes in once again. She says, "I was right. Not about the mandroid thing, but about the rest of it."
Yeah. Yeah, he feels like he was right. He gets justified, and the boys kind of like say, you did a good job. Except for Sam. He didn't like Sam, and he tells him as much. If you haven't seen the episode, you should watch it. It works as a standalone too.
More things to be added to my watch list.
Do it.
After this show, and Clyde Hall agrees with you in regards to a film known as The Fisher King. He says, Fisher King, one of the finest Jeff Bridges and Robin Williams films ever, as well as Amanda Plummer, too.
Oh, Amanda Plummer was gorgeous in it. She was so lovely. She was so lovely. Really, you need to put this down. You have to do it in ink, no pencil. You have to watch this stuff. I do. Supernatural and Fisher King.
I do have sheets of paper in front of me, Chris. Unfortunately, I do not have a writing utensil.
That's all right. You have the video.
Yeah, that's true.
You have no excuse.
I'm more of a visual person than anything else, so I will grant you that one.
Perfect.
It's absolutely fine. And George Buehler is here with us. He has a wonderful question for you, Chris. He says, is there a dream project you want to do or an existing project that you would like to be a part of?
I would like to do anything Terry Gilliam or Terry Gilliam adjacent. I think they're doing a remake of Time Bandits, which is one of his early films. I would love to be on something like that and a nice, juicy character. Time Bandits. You write that one down too, or rewatch this and watch Time Bandits.
I'm sitting here, I'm doing the best I can. It's not a mediator, Clyde, it's moderator. And Chris over here is giving me all these notes. I'm thinking to myself, who's interviewing who? I feel like the tables are starting to get turned on me back here. What is happening?
Fair dues.
Good Lord, man. Jeez.
Yeah. No. Yeah, something like that, or I think something fantasy-esque as well. Like I know it's everybody says it, but Game of Thrones is like something like that. Maybe not the second season as much as the House of Dragons or whatever. I wasn't as fond of that as the first one, just because the first season or the first iteration was so dynamic. Like learning about all these. I mean, granted, the new iteration, you didn't need to explain who everyone was, and in the first iteration you had to kind of like delve into who all these different nations were and stuff like that. But something like that, something just so meaty, is incredible to me.
Absolutely a fair point. Piggybacking off the previous question, is there an actor or an actress you would love to work with that you haven't yet?
I really think, and this might be a little odd, but John Malkovich. He's so like articulate and kind of lends an atmosphere to every single thing that he does. It's so easy to watch, and you can just digest what he's doing, and it's as if he's sort of figuring it out in the process as he's doing it too. And I just love that kind of actor that's like predictable in their unpredictability, I guess. To me, John Malkovich has been one of my favorites for so long. I loved, like Dangerous Liaison, and just he's so good. He's so incredible.
I actually really liked his performance in The Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood.
Con Air. Like everything he does. Rounders. Like, remember him in Rounders?
Oh, he does all night long. Chick, 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 chick.
Chick, 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 chick.
And then he holds everything back, right? He says, "Hold on."
Yeah.
He beat me.
Yeah.
Straight up. Pay him. Pay that man his money.
It's the opposite of what, every other actor would do. He beat me. Pay him his money. It's so delicious. You can't help but just like.
While he was eating Oreos.
Yeah, I loved his Oreo thing. That was probably him too. Like they fit in the poker rack nicely. So he's like, I'm gonna do this.
The container of cookies. It was a container of cookies. Clyde Hall has a great question here in the chat. Clyde Hall says, if you had a chance to be the center pin character in an animated series or feature film playing a version of yourself, what kind of show would that be for you?
What kind of animation is like Clone High and stuff like that?
Not sure. I'm not familiar with
Flash animation? Is that what it's called?
Maybe.
Maybe something like that. Or is the guy's name Ralph Bakshi, the guy who did the OG Lord of the Rings or Hobbit cartoon?
Ooh,
maybe you could help. I don't know.
Something like in the chat.
Something maybe like Heavy Metal. Do you remember the old Heavy Metal animations? Something like that would be incredible. And like a sort of, I don't know. I haven't really played a thug, so I think it would be kind of cool to play some sort of thug too.
I see.
Action style animation. I think what he did was he like animated on the film itself or something, and then there was like film behind it. It was a very, very cool and trippy kind of animation.
Sure. I think some people are chiming in here with our question. George Buehler says rotoscope animation. I believe is the form we were trying to look for. And then Kristen chimes in. She says it's Raskin Base.
Oh, Raskin Base. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, that's what it was.
That's what I get for just throwing something out into the wind. Totally off.
It's okay. No problem. No problem. Is there a genre that you have not worked in before that you would like to work in sometime at some point in the future?
I think I've done most genres. I'm trying to think of one I haven't done. So I've done like Hallmark. I've done horror. I've done comedy. I've done drama. And I've done sci-fi. I did 2 Stargates. maybe like delving deep into a separate genre. Maybe like, yeah, like I was in rom-com. Maybe like like full-on serious drama. Like when Adam Sandler did Spanglish, I think, and then there was Punch Drunk Love. Those for me were incredible. Just seeing somebody so far out of their comfort zone. And then Uncut Gems, was that the latest one he did?
Yes.
Yeah. So like doing something sort of like just straight, just 100% straight. I think that would be fascinating. Not like not adding character to anything, or yeah, just not like adding stuff to it, just to be bare boned, bearing my soul style movie.
That's a fair point. That's fair. Krista Marie says, would you be up for being a part of a musical?
Heck yeah, we did a musical episode on Once Upon a Time, and I just loved it. I was terrible at dancing, if you'll notice when you watch the episode. I'm like put behind a few people. Well, it was funny because they had basically all the stuntmen and all the dancers practicing a whole bunch, but for Colin and I, we got to practice twice, which is ironic because we're the ones who like, I mean, the stunt people, of course, would need extra rehearsals as well because they're not typically trained dancers or anything, but the trained dancers had all sorts, and that makes sense because they had to have the structure going, right? But Colin and I only got like 2 rehearsals with them, and I'm terrible anyway at dancing. I freely admit that. But I would love to do a musical as long as I didn't have to dance.
Ooh, excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Clyde Hall chimes in. He says, if you had the chance to bring a comic book character to life, hero, villain, or support, who would you choose?
Ooh. Can we loop back to that one? I feel like there's one in there that's going to just find itself.
Oh, sure. No problem.
I don't know. I mean, the easy thing would be to say Kingpin. Who's the Rhino dude?
Well, there's the Rhino from Spider-Man, but the Kingpin has been portrayed by Michael Clark Duncan in the Ben Affleck Daredevil film, and then he was also portrayed by Vincent D'Onofrio in the Charlie Cox led Daredevil series. So the Kingpin has been brought to life a few times, yes.
And I'm totally against body type for it, but Gambit.
Okay. They tried. I mean, he was in one movie. It was X-Men Origins Wolverine, but
yeah, I think I know I'm not the type for it. You would need somebody like the guy from what was that vampire show on HBO?
Oh, you mean True Blood?
True Blood. So the guy who does that legitimate like New Orleans accent.
Is it Alexander Skarsgård?
Michael. He was on Once Upon a Time too, actually.
Oh gosh, I'm blanking on his name. I apologize.
He's got that real Cajun kind of accent, and it's incredible. I could see him doing it also.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm blanking on his name, but like Gambit, I always loved him with the cards and all that kind of stuff. I think he's super duper cool. Yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good choice. Did you ever watch the animated series back in the 90s?
No.
Oh my goodness, you got to watch X-Men the animated series. X-Men the animated series is some of the best television work ever put on screen. Feel free to check it out. It's on a streaming service. That's # not a sponsor, Disney Plus.
Nice.
It's all there. You can stream it. Hey, you're giving me homework. I'm going to present you for the homework assignment here, Chris.
I actually have heard that X-Men is the animated series is brilliant.
It is. Yeah. It is phenomenal. You got to watch it.
Cool.
You got to do it.
Cool.
Got to do it. Got to get on it. And Krista Marie chimes in. She says, how about any stage work? Would you be up for that?
I love theater. I've done a lot of theater. I got my I cut my boots in theater, treading the boards, as they say. I started out in my local theater in Armstrong, British Columbia, Canada, with the Asparagus Theater Company. And then we did quite well. We had a good sort of nucleus. We ended up going to the provincials, essentially, the BC Provincial Performing Arts Festivals. And we did really well in that. I've done some professional theater with a stage company called the Caravan Farm Theater, which does all of their shows outside. We did the Beggar's Opera underneath a big tent with Clydesdale's horse like running through the big top. We had like a live band in the middle. We had like our lead actor climb the pole to the top of the big tent and like come down on like a pulley system. It was amazing. I love theater. If I could go back, I would. It's hard when you have kids and you're trying to make money. There's not a whole lot of money in theater compared to the time that you put into theater. And you can do like 2 days on film and, you know, like, and be okay for the next couple months.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah,
see. Well,
theater
that's
does okay.
understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I would love to
that's
do that.
that's understandable. Outside of acting, what do you have any hobbies that you enjoy doing?
I love skateboarding.
Hmm.
I'm not as good as I used to, so really it's just kind of like cruising around at this point. I love skateboarding. I've been getting into cooking, which probably would have helped me when I was Vincent. I had an affinity for food. I just liked eating it. But I really enjoy cooking now when I do, and just yeah. Drawing. I like drawing. Music. I love music. I was in a band for a little while. We didn't really do that many live things, but it's more just like the jamming aspect of music for me, and I love now that my kids have really gotten a taste for it, and both of my sons are great singers and really good on guitar. So you know, if I could impart anything to them, it would be that, a zest for the arts and that community.
Rock on, man.
Yeah.
That's solid, man.
Yeah.
For for sure. What would you say is your favorite movie quote?
Oh man, I should have this stuff written down. There's a show called With Nail and I, and it's sort of this very cynical. It's this old British film.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. And there's this scene. They're two actors, and they just live in this squalor in London, and they have all these sort of like bad dealings with like drug dealers coming over and stuff like this. That's not sort of the central aspect of the movie. It's about these two sort of like, it's basically like a Waiting for Godot. It's these two actors that live together, and they're just waiting for a break. They're waiting for just something to happen the entire movie. And they end up needing to get out of London for a spell, and they end up in the countryside, and they're talking to this farmer, and they say, "You there, farmer, we've come on holiday by mistake." And that one sticks out to me. We've come on holiday by mistake. It's silly, but it's so good. Watch With Nail and I. That's comedy.
You know, I have a feeling that my list is just going to grow to more than 6 miles long, Chris. So yeah,
but you know what? It's all good stuff. You can trust me.
It is.
It's great stuff.
Oh, I mean, how can you not trust Toyman from Smallville? I gotta trust you.
Exactly. No sinister ulterior motives.
No, of course not. By the way, Willow Schuyler is here, and she says,
Hi, Willow.
"I knew you sounded Canadian. Hello from the Great White North."
Oh, rad.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Willow's actually from Manitoba.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. We've been
good friend Willow's from Manitoba.
We've been through Manitoba.
Great stuff. And Molly Daniels has a question for you. Favorite band or singer?
So, favorite singer, just on like, holy crap, this guy is amazing, is Freddie Mercury. Favorite band, there is literally way too many. For a long time, it was Primus. And then my all-time fave is Ween. Dean and Gene Ween of Ween. And they did a lot of collabs with Primus. They did some stuff with South Park. They're amazing. They're like sort of a multi-genre. It's almost like a joke band, but they are absolutely the bee's knees. I feel like that would be really easy homework for you, and that would be, I know, but you can do this while you're sorting out DVDs and finding your places. Just have Ween on in the background. And honestly, they have like a country album. They have like a sort of like, I wouldn't want to say thrash, but like They have an album called Godween Satan, which is more just like driving, kind of like real lo-fi type stuff. But they have everything you can imagine. And he's got Aaron Freeman or Gene Ween has such a tender voice, and as I get older, I realize, you know, him by himself is great too. So Ween definitely, and then Primus probably for just some real hard driving stuff. And System of a Down is another really good one. It's another great one.
I've actually heard System of a Down, so there you go, guys.
Nice.
I've done a little bit of the homework already.
Yeah.
It's still 6 miles long here, fellas, but I'll get there one of these
But
days.
Ween, dude, is like honestly, there will be something in there that you will be familiar with. There's something. There's like they hit that spot. They just hit that spot, and they're great at what they do. So they made this entire country album. It's called 12 Country Greats. There's 10 songs on it, and they ace it. They ace the friggin' thing. It's so good.
Oh boy, you know, George Buehler chimes in. He says, "Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats is a fantastic record, according to George."
Right. That's right. The Mollusk. You have to check out the Mollusk. The Mollusk lingers with its wandering eye. It's fantasy-driven stuff. It's a lot of like, it's a lot of just really just out there as you can imagine stuff. They were on the movie It's Pat. And their big song was "Push the Little Daisies and Make Them Come Up." So if you haven't heard that one, you haven't probably heard them. And I bet you have heard that song, you just don't know.
Yeah.
You heard it and you were like, "Oh, cool."
Let's be honest. Ryan has been living under a rock for 35 years, whereas Chris knows everything about everything. So I'm just thinking to myself, what is happening?
Come on, it's just where your genres take you. You know what I mean? You knew about X-Men the animated series.
It's true because I grew up on it. So
that's right. There you go.
Yeah.
I grew up on Ween.
It's okay. I grew up on Marvel and DC properties as a kid.
Nice, nice.
So, well, among other things, I grew up on movies because movies are one of my favorite things since sliced bread, and I've been quoting them with my friends and whoever else is willing to hear me since I was 4.
What's your favorite movie?
This is gonna throw a wrench into the comment section below. I can guarantee you guys. My favorite movie right now, just because I saw it so many times in the theater when it debuted a few years back, just to be perfectly clear, Star Wars: The Force Awakens. I love that movie.
Wow.
I love Star Wars, and I think The Force Awakens is a wonderful film. I don't care what anyone says.
Good on you. You're on an island with that one.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm just kidding.
You just brought my self-esteem up to
No,
zero.
I think that's fantastic that you hold
love
that
it.
one in such high esteem.
I do.
I think it's
love it.
great.
Saw it 6 times in the theater. Not ashamed to say.
Wow. Wow. Nice one. Nice one.
Yeah. I got the movie poster on my wall too.
Nice.
I do.
Favorite line to quote?
Ooh, I would say everything's perfectly fine. We're all fine here. No, thank you. How are you? From the original Star Wars film with Han Solo's, talking to that guy over the PA system.
Yeah, wicked.
in the jail cell, you know what I mean? In the detention block, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I was going with.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I think my favorite TV line to quote would be,
Sure.
"I remember the day I bagged my first hippie. He didn't think it was too groovy," which is Mr. Burns.
Oh.
He's released the hounds at his house. "I remember the day I bagged my first hippie. He didn't think it was too groovy." I use that tons.
That is just more phenomenal. What I would say, what is the best piece of advice you've ever been given in your life?
Just do what your heart wants you to do.
Mm-hmm.
I lived it. I subscribed to it, and I did it. And, I mean, I can't imagine being anywhere else and earning a living out of such joy. It's been incredible, and I just believed that I could do it, and I it's not to say it's always been easy. There's a lot of stuff you have to do to follow through. There's training. I did a lot of training. Did a lot of theater, did a lot of like independent stuff. But if you love something, just do it. Just stick to it and find the means to get there, you know, because it's just one life. So do the thing that you enjoy and just believe you can do it. And to whatever level of success you get to is only dependent on you and how you feel about that level of success. You know what I mean? I'm quite happy being a blue collar actor. I'm quite happy, you know, not necessarily having like my character as being the lead animated character or whatever. I'm happy to support, and I'm happy. I just love doing what I do. That feels like a good end quote.
I was about to say that. That's another Star Wars quote. I'm getting to that. But we want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Chris Gouche for spending some time with us, supporting this wonderful, wonderful event known as the Multiverse FunRaiser, benefiting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. Chris, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us on this program. Where can the person watching or listening to this follow you on social media to keep up with your projects?
All my socials are Captain Gouche, and please keep an eye out for Joe Pickett season 2. And we don't know when it's coming out yet.
Right on. Well,
this year.
Oh, this year. Okay. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Chris, for being here. We do appreciate it. That is going to conclude day number 1 of the Multiverse FunRaiser 2023. But fear not, we are going to return on Saturday, January the 21st at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 8 a.m. Central Time. Just to be clear, that is when we are going to be returning to continue this incredible ride known as the Multiverse FunRaiser with wonderful people, wonderful moderators, wonderful guests. And we invite you to join us as well in the comments, asking our people questions, all that sort of stuff. Chris, once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everyone who is making this event possible. Thank you to Amy Yasbeck. Thank you to everyone at the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. We cannot do this without you. With that being said, that is going to conclude our broadcast day. As the old saying goes, way back when in the day when Ryan and Chris, some of us weren't even born yet. But guess what? It's all fun and games, and we love to entertain. So remember to stay healthy, stay strong, stay safe, like, comment, share, subscribe, smash that notification bell, do all that stuff. Please make a donation. The links are located in the description below. It's currently scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Yes, absolutely. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Phenomena.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.